The Biden administration moves to end a Biden-era student loan program. The Education Department says it has reached a deal with the state of Missouri to end the SAFE plan, which has been suspended since February. Missouri and several other states sued the Biden administration in 2023 over the plan, which aimed to cancel debt for hundreds of thousands of borrowers. More people are turning to GoFundMe for help with basic needs such as housing and food. The crowdfunding platform's annual report shows a 20% increase in fundraisers for just everyday essentials. It follows a quadruple increase in that same category from last year. The report also shows monthly bills were the second fastest growing category in 2025. Now on Good Day Chicago at 6, Chicago police shoot and kill a man on the city's north side.
Mayor Brandon Johnson is issuing a revised budget plan, but he is not completely backing down from the corporate head tax.
Former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan is calling on President Trump for clemency.
And taking a live look outside this morning, a little melt underway right now, but Mike says we have some more snow, high winds, and bitter cold on the way.
All right, good morning and thanks for joining us for the 6 a.m. hour of Good Day. I'm Brian Jackson.
I'm Anthony Ponce. We're going to get to Mike Kaplan and the weather in just a minute, but first, Gabriella is following some breaking news that's impacting the commuter on I-57. Gabby?
Yeah, you guys, this is a brand new report, so we're trying to get as much information as we can for you right now. But yes, what you need to know is I-57 is blocked between 159th Street and the Cal-Sag Channel, so please keep this in mind. Our computer should show purple here in just a second. That will show where the closure is right now. All traffic seems to be forced off at 159th right now. Now, there are reports that this is because of a shooting investigation going on. The car involved was reportedly taken off at northbound I-57 at 147th Street, so that area also might be impacted as they do some canvassing. But yes, police are reportedly massing off at 159th on northbound I-57 for a possible canvass to happen. That means that this closure could last at least an hour. I'll keep you updated and give you, Mike, some alternate routes to look for, too.
All right, no, you'll stay on top of that. You know, it doesn't look like that's going to be a weather-related thing, so I think you're probably right. We have weather on the way, though. Good morning, everybody. A little light rain coming down. The pavement so far is just wet. You see a couple of sprinkles here and there, but to the north, this is almost entirely snow. It has reached the Madison area, now moving towards Lake Geneva. This will overspread Chicagoland here during the morning hours and might impact the back end of the morning commute. I'm not expecting a huge snowstorm out of that, but we're going from wet to white with this system. We'll see some snow showers at 9, temperature just above freezing then, but on the way down. Snow showers at noon, and I think most of the snow will be out of here. 4 o'clock, maybe a couple flurries, but cold and blustery with a temperature of 28. Back to you.
The Chicago Office of Police Accountability is investigating after an officer shoots a man on the city's north side.
We are still learning how a stolen car investigation turned deadly here. Roseanne Tejas joins us from the newsroom with the very latest. Roseanne.
Yes, 1 of 3 suspects was killed. That stolen car was parked and unoccupied in the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood when officers say they saw a dark sedan pull up alongside. They say 2 men got out and tried to enter the stolen vehicle, but when they spotted those officers approaching, they took off, sparking a chase. It happened near North Washtenaw and Hollywood just before 10:30 Tuesday night. Police say while one suspect fled through the neighborhood on foot, the other jumped back in that sedan and refused to get out. After a struggle to try to get the man out, they say he attempted to drive off while dragging an officer. That officer fired once, striking the man in the head. The man was pronounced dead at the hospital. That officer was treated for minor injuries and released. And a female passenger in that car was taken into police custody. Police say 2 firearms were also recovered, but we still don't know what happened to the second man or how any of the people in that sedan were connected to the stolen car to begin with. Brian, back to you.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Mayor Brandon Johnson is now revising his budget proposal. He's not giving up on his corporate head tax. Instead, now he is targeting companies with more than 500 employees. The mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies here in Chicago, as opposed to his original plan, which would have hit companies with over 100 employees.
It would continue to drive violence down in the city of Chicago, ensuring that our community violence intervention workers are supported, that we can continue our youth employment and diversion programs, services for survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence, and of course, mental health care for our first responders.
The mayor insists that while the head tax will impact some of the most successful companies in Chicago, totaling billions of dollars in revenue, he insists that it is not a job killer.
Governor Pritzker is taking steps to protect immigrants. He signed a new law that shields people from federal enforcement near courthouses, hospitals, university campuses, and daycares. This measure also allows people to sue federal immigration agents if they think their rights were violated. More than 4,000 people were arrested during Operation Midway Blitz. Data on those arrests from early September through mid-October showed that only 15% of those people detained had criminal records.
Riders may soon see more police patrols on CTA trains and buses. The federal government is demanding a series of changes to make Chicago's public transit system even safer. The Federal Transit Administration has essentially given the CTA an ultimatum: make these changes or say goodbye to key funding. The special directive, as they're calling it, came in the form of a letter to Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker. It specifically points to that horrific attack on the Blue Line last month, where a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. Federal officials are now ordering for the CTA to come up with a new security plan by December the 15th and implement it by the 19th.
This is the federal government threatening state and local government with taking away federal funds for a purpose that they're not allowed to.
I think the CTA should consider jettisoning their security contract. They should be using CPD officers on an overtime program and have them actually deployed onto trains from time to time. If a would-be criminal thinks there's a shot at running into a uniformed police officer on a train, they're going to think twice about committing that crime.
The federal government has not revealed how much money it could withhold.
President Trump traveled to Pennsylvania for a speech touting his efforts on affordability and the economy. The president spoke to supporters at a campaign-style rally, and during that speech, the president said that inflation was no longer a problem and that Democrats had used the term affordability as a, quote, hoax to hurt his reputation. Regardless, he says he is bringing costs down.
And I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message.
The president also talked about immigration as well. And he called Afghanistan, Haiti, and Somalia, quote, filthy and disgusting. The White House says the president will continue with those campaign-style events ahead of the midterms. Other news, the Federal Reserve is scheduled to meet today to discuss approval of a possible interest rate cut. Inflation has stubbornly remained above the Fed's 2% target. And Fed officials, they're split right now on whether high inflation or slowing job market is the bigger threat to the current economy.
Former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan is the latest political figure to ask President Trump for clemency. Madigan was convicted in February on bribery, conspiracy, and wire fraud charges. The Tribune says that Madigan asked for this pardon after a completion of sentence. The 83-year-old was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison and fined $2.5 million. Madigan is also appealing his conviction.
Illinois Senator Dick Durbin introducing bipartisan legislation to protect kids from online predators. This is a law that could charge anyone who coerces minors to harm themselves or harm others. It comes after reports about something called the 764 group, which the FBI says pushes teens to live stream violence or self-harm. Durbin says a lot more needs to be done to protect children.
We make great speeches here. We sometimes enact great laws in the committee. But when it comes to taking them to the floor, to enact them on the floor and eventually send them over to the House, we drop the ball completely.
All right, if you want more context on what exactly this 764 group is, we did a detailed report a couple of months ago, and you can find that story on our website, fox32chicago.com.
Time is now 6:08 this morning. As we turn back to Mike for a look at the forecast. Mike, I was walking to the garage this morning. I thought it was raining, but it was actually the ice melting.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah,
this is like
warm.
the first real thaw that we have had here in a long time. We made it up to 40 degrees a couple of hours ago, officially at O'Hare. But the temperatures are on the way down. So for the kids going to school this morning, or really anybody that's going to be outside, gear up for some cold weather. It's going to be windy, too, which will make it feel colder. And the fact that we're going to see snow coming coming down. Yeah, winter's coming right back here. Wet and chilly at 7, 34. And by the time the kids are on the way home at 3 o'clock or so, we'll only be in the upper 20s, couple of scattered snow showers. But I think any accumulating snow should be winding down by about noon and shifting as perhaps a band of lake effect into northwest Indiana. Well, right now it's 41 at Gary, 37s for O'Hare, Midway, and Lakefront, 34 at Woodstock. That's the beginning of the colder air that's beginning to spread in out of Wisconsin, and that's where indeed it is snowing. Winds are gusting to 30+ in a few spots, including at O'Hare, Aurora, LaSalle, Peru, Chicago Heights, and Gary, and we'll see some gusts maybe to 35 today. There's that area of snow that will sink out of Wisconsin, move into Chicagoland here over the next couple of hours. It'll snow for a few hours lightly, but it will look more impressive because of how windy it is. So we'll keep you posted on that snow and 2 more on the way before we get done with the weekend.
Uh-oh.
Well, a deadly shooting on the campus of Kentucky State University, where police are now saying this morning. Breaking overnight, a stolen car investigation led to a deadly officer-involved shooting on the city's north side.
Yes, this happened last night along North Washington on the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood. An officer was dragged by a man in another car. That officer opened fire, hitting the driver. The driver of that car was then hospitalized, later died, and the officer suffered minor injuries.
Mayor Brandon Johnson is revising his budget proposal. He's not giving up on that corporate head tax. Instead, now he is targeting companies with more than 500 employees. The mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies here in Chicago, as opposed to his original plan, which would have impacted companies with over 100 employees.
The Federal Reserve is scheduled to meet today to discuss approval of a possible interest rate cut. Inflation has remained above the Fed's 2% target. Officials are split right now whether high inflation or the slowing job market is the bigger threat to the economy. We're going to be speaking with Doug Luzader in just a moment. Before we get to that, we need to toss it over to Gabriela Primus, who's got some breaking news in the traffic department, specifically I-57. Correct, Gabriela?
Yes, you're right, Anthony. And we have an update for you both, or people at home too. So I-57, the closure is between 159th and 147th. We know now this is for a canvas because of a reported expressway shooting. So let's talk about some of the details because ISP just got back to us. It actually happened a little bit closer to 127th, and that's primarily where police are doing their work. But it is for a reported expressway shooting. No injuries have been reported, so that's the good news. I-57 northbound lanes are currently closed off for this investigation. They don't have any timeline on when this could reopen. But for now, here are some possible alternate routes for you because it looks like all traffic is being forced off at 159. So you can use, of course, Dixie Highway to travel northbound, Halstead as well. But to be safe, if you are leaving right now, at least for your plan for the next couple of hours, to use the Bishop Ford to travel northbound over to the Dan Ryan instead. I'll keep you updated on this, plus some other crashes that are popping into our system here in a second. I'll send it back to you, Brian.
Well, heartbreak on the campus of Kentucky State University. One student is dead and another critically injured following a shooting in a dorm room. Police say a suspect, though, has been captured. He has been identified as Jacob Lee Bard. Police say that he is not a student and are still working to determine a motive. Well, protesters stormed the streets of Minneapolis in a neighborhood to confront immigration and customs enforcement officers. ICE agents were making their way through a heavily populated Somali neighborhood. Many protesters who refused to move from blocking the streets were met with pepper spray from agents. Federal agents launched an enforcement operation there last week.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is telling congressional leaders that he is still weighing whether to release the full video of an attack on an alleged drug boat that killed 2 survivors. Yesterday, Hegseth briefed top congressional leaders on that strike, killed those 2 people that had survived the initial strike back in early September in the Caribbean. And this comes after partial footage of the attack was released, and as pressure mounts from Congress for full disclosure here.
I would predict this evidence will shock the conscience of America. It will shock America's conscience if it becomes public.
Just let people see it. Everybody can make their own decision.
Yeah, lawmakers have now added a provision to their defense spending bill that would limit Hegseth's travel budget if he fails to provide the footage to Congress.
Time is now 6:16 this morning. Checking back in with Mike for a look at the forecast. Feel like we had some rain this morning, but that's going to later change to some snow in some areas.
That's right. It's on the way, changing to snow as we speak, just north of the Cheddar Curtain. I'm going to keep tabs when Mrs. C wakes up, maybe find out when that snow's coming. But I think we'll all see some snow here later this morning. Right now, everything just kind of wet out there. We did see some thawing. It hit 40 degrees a few hours ago at O'Hare. That's the warmest we've been since around Thanksgiving. Out there right now, our view from the roof camera, you see everything's a little blurry. There's some moisture on our lens, and indeed right now almost everything that's falling is liquid. Here's a look at the radar, and you see a few little blips of green crossing the area, but not that far to the north. Here comes the snow. It's not a big snowstorm, but it's going to snow, and it'll look more impressive because of how windy it is and will be throughout the day. I think the bulk of that snow is going to be in and out of here by about lunchtime. This is our future cast. And you see it snowing in most of the area around 10, maybe a little bit of rain coming downwind of the lake. And there could be an extension of this little snow, maybe mixed with some rain. Lake effect pointed right into northwest Indiana here early this afternoon. And then everything kind of winds down. I think the afternoon hours, for the most part, are dry. Could be a couple of flurries here or there, but up to an inch of accumulation. The bigger storm, that's coming in tomorrow night. So we'll start out dry tomorrow, maybe even a few peaks of sun. But here comes that snow tomorrow night. This will continue into early Friday morning. For the most part, done by the Friday morning commute, but there could be a little bit of lingering lakeside snow impacting the city on Friday morning. So we're not quite done with the winter punch, and wait till you see where temperatures are headed this weekend. I'll give you the 7-8 view, you guys.
All right, thank you, Mike. We'll check back in. We are about to find out a little later today, we believe, whether the Federal Reserve is going to be cutting interest rates.
Something we've been keeping our eye on for sure. The markets do expect a small cut, while President Trump has been calling for more aggressive action. Doug Luzader has more on this from Washington this morning.
President Trump with his signature dance moves closing last night's rally in Pennsylvania. We'll see if he's still celebrating later today after the Federal Reserve weighs in on interest rates.
You got to get the rates down, you schmuck, you know?
The president talked about the potential cuts last night and berated Fed Chair Jerome Powell for not cutting rates more aggressively. But Powell has been worried about rising prices, essentially the reason for last night's rally in the first place.
And I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do.
Trump hoping to regain ground on the economy in what is expected to be a key issue in next year's midterms. And he blamed Democrats for huge price spikes during the Biden administration.
Democrats talking about affordability is like Bonnie and Clyde preaching about public safety.
Donald Trump had the unmitigated gall yesterday to rate the economy an A+.
Democrats, though, blame Trump's policies, especially tariffs, for rising prices. That is part of the balancing act for the Fed today, trying to figure out where prices are heading in the months ahead. And in the meantime, last night's rally may be just the first of many.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of President Trump in the next year on the road campaigning and also talking about the economy.
All right, Lupe and Doug into the conversation live here. Any expectation on how much they could lower rates here and what expectations are from the Federal Reserve and its potential impact on inflation as well?
Well, the Fed is very widely expected to cut rates a quarter point today. That's kind of baked into the market's assumptions. That's been the assumption for a while here. If it's anything other than that, above it or below it, we're going to see some impact from the market. You know, as far as inflation is concerned, the Fed's concern is that any time you cut rates, that can trigger some upward pressure on inflation. And this comes at a time when inflation is not super high, but it is elevated somewhat above what the Fed really likes to see. But the Fed also has concerns about slowing down the economy if there is not some kind of a rate cut. So they're trying to kind of approach this from a middle ground perspective, assuming that there is a cut today.
And you mentioned some of that pressure. So just how is Fed Chair Jerome Powell handling the ongoing pressure to cut these rates from President Trump?
Well, it's not just Powell that makes this decision. There are others as well. Powell has the same concerns that a lot of economists do, that if you cut too aggressively, you could potentially fuel inflation here.
All right, Doug, thanks for the update. We'll be watching later today to see exactly what is decided, if anything. Appreciate it, as always. All right, 6:21. Big changes are coming for millions of student loan borrowers. We'll have more on that after a break.
Shop
All right, welcome back. It is 6:23, a little overnight thaw, but things are getting colder as we speak. We'll check back in with Mike Kaplan in just a moment.
We also got some big changes coming for millions of student loan borrowers. President Biden's student loan repayment plan, known as SAVE, is officially ending. A legal settlement announced by the Education Department will block some of the new enrollments, denying pending applications, and moving current borrowers to other plans. SAVE, which based payments on income, was praised as the most affordable option. The program aimed to ease $200 billion in student debt.
Netflix is now facing a lawsuit from a Warner Brothers Discovery subscriber who wants to block its $72 billion acquisition. The proposed class action suit claims the deal could reduce competition in the U.S. streaming market, like eliminating HBO Max and raising prices for viewers. Paramount also launched a $108 billion hostile bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. Netflix calls the suit meritless and says it follows weeks of bidding for the studio and streaming businesses. Other news in Australia, the ban on social media for kids under 16 goes into effect today. This is going to be the first country to enforce this type of ban. The Australian Prime Minister says the goal here is to give children a childhood and parents more peace of mind. And tech companies that don't follow the new rules could face fines of up to $33 million.
KISS frontman Gene Simmons takes his musical fight to Capitol Hill. He testified before the Senate in support of the American Music Fairness Act. This bipartisan bill would force AM and FM radio stations to pay royalties to recording artists when they play their music. The National Association of Broadcasters strongly opposes the legislation, saying it will hurt local broadcasters and also hurt artists by causing radio stations to play even less music.
The city of Miami has elected its very first Democratic mayor in almost 3 decades. Her name is Eileen Higgins, and she defeated her Republican opponent last night, who was endorsed by President Trump. She will also become the first ever woman to lead the city of Miami. Higgins' campaign included affordable housing and advocacy for the immigrant population in Miami, which does have the nickname Gateway to Latin America. All right, Mike Kaplan, what are we doing outside? It's getting colder out there. I noticed a lot of melting icicles on my gutters.
Right, and you don't want to see a lot of icicles there. That can do damage to the, your roof line and the gutters. But we have seen a little thaw. Now we're getting ready for the deep freeze. You're not going to be pleased when you see the numbers that are on the way for the weekend, and that includes the Bears game against the Browns. I've got the full forecast coming up.
Selling your
Good morning. Welcome back to Good Day Chicago here during our 6 o'clock hour. We appreciate you joining us.
Here's a look at some of the stories we're following this morning, including breaking news. As Chicago police shot and killed a man last night in the city's north side. It happened along North Wistenall Street in the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood. An officer was dragged by a man in another car. That officer then opened fire, hitting the driver. We're going to share more details in just a moment.
Mayor Brandon Johnson issuing a revised budget plan, but he's not completely backing down from the corporate head tax.
And former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan is calling on President Trump for clemency. But before we get to the forecast, we want to check back in with Gabriella Primus on a shooting investigation that is impacting the commute this morning along I-57.
Yeah, you know what? This is impacting the northbound side of I-57. Like I said, it's between 159th and 147th where we're seeing this closure. Now, we got some more information from ISP. They said that this closure is for a reported expressway shooting. They say the incident happened just before 5 this morning, and it was closer to 127th. Luckily, no injuries have been reported, but of course, I-57 northbound lanes will remain closed until this canvass is done. So some alternate routes for you if you are driving northbound in this area from the south side. Of course, you could use Dixie Highway, which turns into Western, travel northbound on Halsted as well. I should add Kedzie in there as well if you want to go west from 159th. And then if you really can, use the Bishop Ford instead this morning to make your way over to the Dan Ryan. I do have a train alert to give you over on the Green Line. We have some service suspended between Garfield and Cottage Grove. It's due to some signal problems that are happening, so expect delays on this train line. Luckily, Mike Kaplan, we're not seeing any weather-related incidents in our system, but still, I'll keep you updated when things do get a little more dicey.
Well, I was just going to comment on that, and all of these delays have nothing to do with the weather, even though everything is wet out there. But there is some snow on the way, Gabriella, and that may slow things down here for the latter half of the morning commute. I do want to show you a graphic that might offer a glimmer of hope in the long term. Now, we've already been talking about how cold it's going to be this weekend. Highs both days barely in double digits, and the coldest day will be the day the Bears are hosting the Browns at Soldier Field. A high of 10, which means almost the whole game played in single digits. But maybe we're turning the corner a little bit next week. We may have a day where we could get close to 50 degrees here. That'll be a week from tomorrow. But you can see the general trend is upward after that harsh punch coming in here this weekend. It may not be that warm for several days in a row, but at least we're going to get out of the deep freeze. Got to get through several snows, though, between now and then. And the first of the next in the series is swinging in out of Wisconsin as we speak, crossing the Cheddar Curtain right now. It'll move through Chicagoland here later this morning. I don't expect a whole lot of snow with this, maybe up to an inch or so, but it's going to look more impressive because of how windy it is. This isn't the only snow in my forecast. I'll share the full 7-day in a little bit, Anthony.
Okay, all right. Then we'll have to listen to that. Okay. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Okay, we have to get to some breaking news now. A man is dead following an officer-involved shooting in Chicago's Arcadia Terrace neighborhood. This happened right near North Washtenaw and Birchwood Avenue, and according to police, 2 men pulled up to a stolen car, tried to get inside. When they were approached by officers, one of the men ran away while the other got back into their car. As police tried to get the man out, he started to drag one of those officers, who then fired his gun, hit the suspect. He was taken to a hospital where he later died. The officer, meantime, suffered minor injuries.
Mayor Brandon Johnson is revising his budget proposal. He's not giving up on his corporate head tax. Instead, now he is targeting companies with more than 500 employees. The mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies in Chicago, as opposed to his original plan, which would have hit companies with over 100 employees.
It would continue to drive violence down in the city of Chicago, ensuring that our community violence intervention workers are supported, that we can continue our youth employment and diversion programs, services for survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence, and of course, mental health care for our first responders.
The mayor insists that while the head tax will impact some of the most successful companies here in Chicago, totaling billions of dollars of revenue, he insists that it is not a job killer.
Governor Pritzker is taking steps to protect immigrants. He signed a new law that shields people from federal enforcement near courthouses, hospitals, university campuses, and daycares as well. It allows also people to sue federal immigration agents if they think their rights were violated. More than 4,000 people were arrested during Operation Midway Blitz. Data on those detained between early September and mid-October showed that only 15% of those people had criminal records.
Riders may soon see some more police patrols on both CTA trains and buses. The federal government is demanding a series of changes that Chicago Public's transit system to make it even safer. The Federal Transit Administration has essentially given the CTA an ultimatum: either make these changes or say goodbye to key government funding. This special directive, as they are calling it, came in the form of a letter to Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker. It specifically points to that horrific attack on the Blue Line last month, where a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. Federal officials are now ordering for the CTA to come up with a new security plan by December 15th and then put it in place by the 19th.
This is the federal government threatening state and local government with taking away federal funds for a purpose that they're not allowed to.
I think the CTA should consider jettisoning their security contract. They should be using CPD officers on an overtime program and have them actually deployed onto trains from time to time. If a would-be criminal thinks there's a shot at running into a uniformed police officer on a train, they're going to think twice about committing that crime.
The federal government has not revealed how much money it could withhold.
President Trump traveled to Pennsylvania for a speech touting his efforts on the economy and affordability. The president spoke to supporters. It was kind of a campaign-style rally, and during that speech, the president said that inflation was no longer a problem and that Democrats had used the term affordability as a, quote, hoax to hurt his reputation. Regardless, Trump says he is bringing costs down.
And I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message.
And the president also stirred up some controversy when he was speaking about immigration. He called Afghanistan, Haiti, and Somalia, quote, filthy and disgusting. The White House says the president will continue with these campaign-style events ahead of the midterms. Meantime, the Federal Reserve is scheduled to meet today to discuss approval of a possible interest rate cut. Inflation has stubbornly remained above the Fed's 2% target, despite what the president said at his Pennsylvania appearance. And Fed officials are split on whether high inflation or the slowing job market is the bigger threat right now to the economy.
Former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan is the latest political figure to ask President Trump for clemency. Madigan was convicted in February on bribery, conspiracy, and wire fraud charges. According to the Chicago Tribune, it says that Madigan asked for a pardon after the completion of his sentence. 83-year-old was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison and fined $2.5 million. Madigan is also appealing his conviction.
Illinois Senator Dick Durbin introducing bipartisan legislation. This is an effort to protect children from online predators. The law would charge anyone who coerces minors to harm themselves or others, in fact. It comes after reports about the 764 group, which the FBI says pushes teens to live stream violence or pushes them to expose sexual images and commit self-harm. Durbin says a lot more needs to be done right now to protect children.
We make great speeches here. We sometimes enact great laws in the committee, but when it comes to taking them to the floor, to enact them on the floor and eventually send them over to the House, we drop the ball completely.
All right, we reported on the 764 group a couple months ago. Dane Placco has a really in-depth special report. It's on our website. Just go to fox32chicago.com and punch 764, the numbers into the search bar, if you want more context about exactly how this group is operating.
Time is now 6:38 this morning as we check back in with Mike for that forecast. I was looking at a different camera across the studio and can barely see anything. Is it that foggy outside, Mike?
Yeah, that's probably Willis or 875. There you go. That's a beautiful. We've seen this a lot here lately, right? We're socked in with low clouds. Some of us are seeing a little bit of light rain, but there is some snow on the horizon. Take a look at the current temperatures. All of these numbers are above freezing, but that is about to change. We've got 37 at O'Hare, Midway, Lakefront, Joliet, also Merrillville, Valparaiso, Rensselaer. That's the popular number. As you head north, it gets colder. Rockford, Waukegan, 34, and at Woodstock, it's already dropped to 33. And just north into Wisconsin, we have sub-freezing temperatures, and that is where snow is falling right now, and that snow area is headed our way. Winds, which were out of the southwest earlier, they're veering around to the west, still gusty. A few spots with 30-plus, Gary, O'Hare, Aurora among those. And eventually, the winds are going to come around to the northwest, and that introduces some colder air. Temperatures are on the way down all day long. And there you see the snow that's moving in from the north. It's not a heavy snowstorm, but it may be enough to create some slippery spots here, especially later this morning. And it's not the only snow on the horizon. There's another one coming in tomorrow night into early Friday. That one could be a 2-inch plus sort of a deal. The Saturday storm, I mean, look at the temperatures. I'm really confident it's going to be super cold this weekend. The snow is a chance it may miss most of Chicagoland to the south, but I'm still going to put a pretty high chance of getting some snow in here. Temperatures moderate a little bit, up above freezing next Tuesday. All right, Anthony, back to you, sir.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. 6:39. Plenty more to get to here on Good Day Chicago. Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth briefs top congressional leaders on those military strikes against suspected drug boats. What he is saying about that controversial video about that early September strike that is right now in question. Also, a first of its kind social media ban goes into effect today in Australia. Teenagers can't use social media anymore there. And some good news for the White Sox when it comes to the next MLB draft. We will explain coming up. Welcome back. A little fog out there. 6:43.
It's darker than earlier.
I know. We're trying to give you a look at the city. Mother Nature not making that easily. We'll check in with Mike in just a moment.
Well, some heartbreak on the campus of Kentucky State University. One student is dead and another critically injured following a shooting in a dorm room. Police say a suspect has been captured. He has been identified as Jacob Lee Bard. Police say he is not a student and they're still working to determine a motive. Protesters stormed the streets of a Minneapolis neighborhood to confront immigration and customs enforcement officers. ICE agents were making their way through a heavily populated Somali neighborhood. Many protesters who refused to move from blocking the streets were met with pepper spray from agents. Federal agents launched an enforcement operation there last week.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is telling congressional leaders that he is still weighing whether to release the full video of the attack on an alleged drug boat that killed 2 survivors. Yesterday, Hegseth briefed top congressional leaders on the strike that killed those 2 people who had survived the initial strike in the Caribbean back in early September. This comes after partial footage of the attack was released and as pressure mounts from Congress for full disclosure.
I would predict this evidence will shock the conscience of America. It will shock America's conscience if it becomes public.
Just let people see it. Everybody can make their own decision.
Lawmakers have now added a provision to their defense spending bill that would limit Pete Hegseth's travel budget if he fails to provide that footage to Congress. Other news, the mother of National Guardsman Andrew Wolf says his recovery is progressing. She says that Wolf is now sitting up and moving as well. And he's even interacting with medical staff. He's interacting with family members. Wolf was one of the 2 National Guard members shot near the White House last month. The other guardsman, Sarah Beckstrom, passed away, and the suspected shooter has pleaded not guilty to several charges.
There's new body camera footage from the arrest of Luigi Mangione. This video shows the moments that officers approached him at a Pennsylvania McDonald's.
What's your name? Mark. What is it? Mark. Mark? Yes, Mark what? Rosario. Rosario? Someone called. They thought you were suspicious.
The Manhattan District Attorney's Office released the video as a pretrial hearing continues. It will determine what evidence can or cannot be used in Mangione's murder trial. Police say that they got a call from the McDonald's manager after a customer noticed a man sitting in the restaurant who resembled the man wanted for the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
The FBI is releasing a new photo of Ryan Wedding. He is the former Olympic snowboarder and now a top 10 wanted fugitive. He is accused of running a massive drug operation and orchestrating murders as well. Officials believe he took this photo in Mexico over the summer, where he could be hiding under the protection of a cartel down there. A reward of up to $15 million is now being offered to any information leading to Wedding's arrest.
All right, time is now 6:46 this morning. Fox 32 is proud to support iHeartMedia and Lurie Children's Radiothon for another year. This is your opportunity to make a donation to Lurie Children's Hospital. Their support helps fund research, support families, and provide just some much-needed care to children in our community. The Radiothon is tomorrow. We're going to be live with it all day long, including our Jake Hamilton. But you don't have to wait to donate. Just text Lurie to 34984 or click the QR code right there on your screen. Well, breaking overnight, a stolen car investigation leads to a deadly officer-involved shooting on the city's north side.
This happened last night along North Washtenaw in the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood. An officer was dragged by a man in another car. Another officer opened fire, hitting the driver. The driver of that car was hospitalized, later died. And the officer who was dragged suffered minor injuries.
Mayor Brandon Johnson is revising his budget proposal, and he's not giving up on his corporate head tax. Now he's targeting companies with more than 500 employees. The mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies here in Chicago, as opposed to his original plan, which would have impacted companies with over 100 employees.
The Federal Reserve is scheduled to meet today to discuss approval of a possible interest rate cut. Inflation has stayed above the Federal Reserve's 2% target here. Officials now split on whether high inflation or the slowing job market is the bigger threat to the economy. All right, we are checking back in with Gabriela Primus for an update on a shooting along I-57, which is impacting traffic as well. Gabby?
It is, Anthony and Brian. You know, this is heavily traveled here this time of morning, especially for your morning commute on the inbound side. Yeah, police activity, they're canvassing right now, and it's closed between 147th and 127th. Now, ISP, Illinois State Police, say this closure is for a reported expressway shooting. They say the incident happened just before 5 this morning, and it was closer to 127th. Luckily, no injuries have been reported. I-57 northbound lanes will remain closed until this canvass is done. They haven't given us an idea of how long the canvass might take, but at least an hour or so. Here's some alternate routes for you. Halstead, of course, you could use Kedzie as well. If you can, use the Bishop Ford early so you can avoid this altogether. The southbound side is unaffected. Let's talk about your drive times, because I know that some of you are still going into the city right now. When you head to the Dan Ryan, it's only 30 minutes from 95th to the Byrne interchange. No incidents reported there. 50 minutes on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, 45 minutes on the Eisenhower from Route 390 to the Old Post Office, and 45 minutes about on the Kennedy. We do have a crash that's partially blocking an intersection. It's over in Schiller Park that I want to show you. Manheim Road and Irving Park Road, busy spot. And then finally talking again about the Green Line, because we're still seeing that service is suspended between Garfield and Cottage Grove because of signal problems that are going on. So please make sure that you keep that in mind. Mike, hopefully your weather department isn't as busy as the traffic department, but I know that some winter weather is coming through.
You're right about that. Yeah, I'm worried about kind of the tail end of the commute in terms of the snow that's approaching from the north. It's not a lot, but it's so windy. Visibility is going to be poor. We're already seeing some low clouds out there. You got wet pavement, so that sprays on your windshield. This is going to be kind of a sloppy next few hours as that snow that you see mostly in Wisconsin sinks south. Is this going to be a big plowing event? No, maybe a ½ inch to 1 inch. Our numbers may be a tad on the low side. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody picks up an inch here this morning. But the bigger storm system looks like it's arriving tomorrow night into Friday, and that one might be a kind of a 2 to 4 sort of a deal. 40 degrees. It happened already. The rest of the day temperatures are falling, and by late afternoon we'll be in the mid to upper 20s. Northwest winds at a good clip too, and that's why that snow is going to look more impressive than what's actually sticking on the ground. Tonight, cold again, 15. At least it won't be as windy, and there might be a couple of breaks in the cloud cover. Tomorrow starts dry, but at night into early Friday, this is when an accumulating snow is likely. Not a big storm, but parts of the area could get a 2+ here. An additional snowstorm is possible Saturday, but a lot of computer models are pointing that a little more towards central Illinois. No way around it. It's going to get really cold here this weekend. Could see some wind chills close to -20, and the coldest day of the bunch is going to be when the Bears are playing the Browns at Soldier Field, a high of only 10. At least we get out of the deep freeze next week. Back to you.
All right, well, some big changes coming for millions of student loan borrowers. President Biden's student loan repayment plan, known as SAVE, is officially ending. A legal settlement announced by the Education Department will block any new enrollments, deny all pending applications, and also move current borrowers to other savings plans. SAVE, which based payments on income, was praised as the most affordable option. The program aimed to ease $200 billion in student loan debt.
Netflix is now facing a lawsuit from a Warner Brothers Discovery subscriber who wants to block its $72 billion acquisition. The proposed class action suit claims that the deal could reduce competition in the U.S. streaming market, like eliminating HBO Max, and also raise prices for viewers. Paramount also launched a $108 billion hostile bid to take over Warner Brothers Discovery. Netflix calls the class action suit meritless and says it follows weeks of bidding for the studio and streaming businesses. All right, the ban on social media for kids under 16 in Australia goes into effect today. Australia is the first country to enforce this type of ban. The Prime Minister says the goal here is to give children a childhood and give parents more peace of mind. And tech companies that don't follow the new rules could face fines of up to $33 million.
A special surprise for some Burke Elementary School students. They were at the Bessie Coleman branch of the Chicago Public Library learning about leadership qualities when a very special guest came in. Couldn't tell by the hat, that is former President Barack Obama. He stopped by to read them the book, Flying Free. Bessie Coleman's dreams took flight. That event was a sneak peek into the Storytime programming that's going to be offered at the library branch, coming to the Obama Presidential Center starting next June.
All right, we got some good news, Sox fans. They won the golden ticket in the Major League Baseball lottery. Yeah, oh, that team
did.
Yeah, last night they landed the #1 overall pick. 1977 was the last time the Sox had the top pick, and they struck gold with Hall of Famer Harold Baines. That cutaway there, I think that might have been Harold Baines.
Oh, back
I'm used to see him with the beard.
Yeah.
When he was playing, he had that beard, but
that was him.
That was him. All right. Draft, there he is.
Yeah.
Draft is being held in July.
All right.
Yeah.
Or surveillance video captures thieves carrying out a heist of artwork in the middle of the day in Brazil. I feel like we just saw this in Paris, right?
Yeah.
13 pieces in total were stolen from a municipal library. 8 of those pieces were by Henry Matisse. They carried the artworks to a car that was parked nearby. The library was hosting a joint exhibition at the time.
Yikes. Museums got to be on notice after these incidents,
right?
Man. All right, a dog in Oklahoma City is a world record holder. There's Ozzy there.
Oh,
guess which record he now holds. Yep. Longest tongue on a living dog. All right, his tongue was measured at 7.83 inches. Ozzy's owners say they have to clean the house frequently because of all the slobber on the walls. Don't get any on the walls, Ozzy. But they said they would not trade him for anyone else, and now they have a world record holder to celebrate. I hope he got a lot of treats and love.
Yes, he deserves that, right? Oh my goodness! It looks like an ear, like an extra ear, is like hanging out of his mouth.
Oh man!
Oh, man.
Ozzy.
What a good boy, right?
Yeah.
All right, we got plenty more Good Day Chicago coming up this morning. Time's now 6:57. We'll be right back.
I'm on vacation.
Welcome back. The new jobs report shows job openings barely moved in the month of October.
The Labor Department reported this morning that employers posted about 7.7 million jobs, which is close to September's numbers. These numbers were delayed by the extended government shutdown. Layoffs rose and fewer people left their jobs, which experts believe signals workers are less confident in the job market.
More people are turning to GoFundMe for help with basic needs like housing and food. The crowdfunding platform's annual report shows a 20% spike in fundraisers for those just basic essentials. It follows a quadruple increase in that same category last year. The report also shows monthly bills were the second fastest growing category in 2025. Uber is launching its own kiosks for people wanting to book a ride without using a phone. The airport kiosks are for international travelers who may not have a local data plan That makes sense.
That's very thoughtful.
Yeah, or if your phone's out of batteries.
We've all been there.
I know, you're on a
Especially
flight,
if, like,
you're trying to save it, you know
yes,
you need it.
And the charger doesn't work on the airplane too?
Right,
Yeah.
yes, indeed. So the kiosks will help those folks as well. Riders would receive a paper receipt of their itinerary once they complete their booking. That's what you show your driver. The first Uber kiosks will roll out at LaGuardia Airport in New York City. More are expected at other airports, hotels, and ports in the next few months.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
All right, new at 7 o'clock. Chicago police shoot and kill a man on the city's north side. We'll tell you what led to that shooting.
Mayor Brandon Johnson is issuing a revised budget plan, and he's not completely backing down from that corporate head tax.
And former Illinois House Speaker Mike Madigan is calling on President Trump now for clemency.
All right, taking a live look outside. Time is now 7 a.m. Mike, still foggy out there. I can't tell if it's rain, if it's snow, because it's just so foggy out there.
And it kind of depends on where you are.
Yeah. Looks like a lot of that snow is melted, though.
A little bit anyway, but there's more coming.
Yeah.
We're going to be in additive mode here in a little bit. Yeah, snow swinging. In fact, there's some snow in Waukegan, freezing rain in Rockford, and it's just kind of plain light rain across much of Chicagoland right now. Let's talk about the day ahead. We've had our high for the day. That was already at about 3 o'clock this morning. It hit 40 degrees. Now those temperatures are going down, down, down. 33 at 9. Snow crossing the area, and it's going to be windy, so that snow is going to look more impressive than what's really falling. Still some snow showers and colder at noon, 31, and we'll be in the 20s this afternoon. Could be a flurry here or there, but most of the sticking snow will be done. Getting the kids ready for school, make sure that they've got some snow gear. Even if it's not snowing yet where they are this morning, it will likely at some point today, and make sure they've got the hats and gloves on as well with those temperatures on the way down. Now drop below freezing at Woodstock and Rockford. Everywhere else still above 32, 36 in O'Hare, the Lakefront, and Midway. Highs today have already happened. And wait till you see the cold coming in for the weekend. I'll share that 7-day with you in a little bit. But right now, Gabriella's got her hands full of I-57.
You know, Mike, yeah, we're still dealing with this closure for another hour here. On northbound side of I-57 is closed between 147th and 127th. It's due to what Illinois State Police say is a closure for the reported expressway shooting that happened this morning just before 5 o'clock. So no injuries have been reported, according to ISP. That's the good news. I-57 northbound lanes will remain closed, though, until this canvas is done. Some alternate routes for you, of course, to use Halsted to travel northbound, also Kedzie and Western as well, or of course use the Bishop Ford if you can. Let's talk about those drive times again. If you are headed into the city, 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne Interchange, 50 minutes on the Stevenson, 45 minutes on the Eisenhower and on the Kennedy. Luckily, Green Line is back up and running, just minimal delays for you there. I'll send it back to you.
The Chicago Office of Police Accountability is investigating after an officer shoots a man on the city's north side.
We're still learning and piecing together how a stolen car investigation wound up turning deadly. Roseanne Tejas joins us live with the very latest on what we know so far this morning. Roseanne?
Well, Anthony Bryan, it did start with that stolen car, which was parked here on Washtenaw between Ardmore and Hollywood. Officers say they spotted a sedan. It pulled up alongside that car. A couple of men got out and tried to get in the stolen car, but when they saw the officers, they took off, and that sparked a chase. Now, it happened just before 10:30 Tuesday night. Police say while one suspect fled through this neighborhood on foot, the other one jumped back in that sedan and then refused to get out. They say after a struggle to try to get the man out, he attempted to drive off, dragging an officer in the process. The officer, we're told, fired once, striking the man in the head. That man was pronounced dead at the hospital. And the officer, we're told, was treated for minor injuries and released. There was a woman in that sedan apparently as well. She was taken into police custody. They say they found 2 firearms in that vehicle, but we don't know what happened to that second man who took off on foot. And we still don't know how any of those 3 people were connected to that stolen car, but we hope to get new details as the day progresses. Back to you now in the studio.
Well, Mayor Brent, thank you so much, Roseanne. Mayor Brandon Johnson is revising his budget proposal, and he's not giving up on his corporate head tax either. Instead, now he is targeting companies with more than 500 employees. The mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies here in Chicago, as opposed to his original plan, which would have targeted companies with over 100 employees.
It would continue to drive violence down in the city of Chicago, ensuring that our community violence intervention workers are supported, that we can continue our youth employment and diversion programs, services for survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence, and of course, mental health care for our first responders.
The mayor insists that while this head tax will impact some of the most successful companies in Chicago, totaling billions of dollars in revenue, he insists it is not a job killer.
Governor Pritzker has taken steps to protect immigrants. Yesterday, he signed a new law that shields folks from federal enforcement near courthouses, hospitals, university campuses, and near daycares. It also allows people to sue federal immigration agents if they think that their rights were violated. More than 4,000 people were arrested during Operation Midway Blitz, and data on those from early September through mid-October showed that only 15% of those 4,000 people had criminal records.
Riders may soon see more police patrols on CTA trains and buses. The federal government is demanding a series of changes to make on Chicago's public transit system. The Federal Transit Administration has essentially given the CTA an ultimatum: either make these changes or say goodbye to key funding. The special directive, as they're calling it, came in the form of a letter to Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker. It specifically points to that horrific attack on the Blue Line last month, where a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. Federal officials are now ordering for the CTA to come up with a new security plan by December the 15th and then to have it put in place by December the 19th.
This is the federal government threatening state and local government with taking away federal funds for a purpose that they're not allowed to.
I think the CTA should consider jettisoning their security contract. They should be using CPD officers on an overtime program and have them actually deployed onto trains from time to time. If a would-be criminal thinks there's a shot at running into a uniformed police officer on a train, they're going to think twice about committing that crime.
The federal government has not revealed how much money it could withhold.
President Trump traveled to Pennsylvania for a speech touting his efforts on the economy. The president spoke to supporters at a campaign-style rally, and during the speech, he said that inflation was no longer a problem and that Democrats had used the term affordability as a, quote, hoax to hurt his reputation. Regardless, he says he is bringing costs down.
And I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices, and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message.
The president also stirred controversy when he spoke about immigration in that speech. He called Afghanistan, Haiti, and Somalia, quote, filthy and disgusting. The White House says the president will continue with these campaign-style events ahead of the midterms. Meantime, the Federal Reserve is scheduled to meet today to discuss approval of a possible interest rate cut. Inflation has stubbornly remained above the Federal Reserve's 2% target, and Fed officials are apparently split on whether high inflation or the slowing job market is the bigger threat right now to the economy.
Former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan is the latest political figure to ask President Trump for clemency. Madigan was convicted back in February on bribery, conspiracy, and wire fraud charges. The Tribune says Madigan asked for a pardon after completion of sentence. The 83-year-old was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison and fined $2.5 million. Madigan is also appealing his conviction.
Illinois Senator Dick Durbin introducing bipartisan legislation to protect kids from online predators. This law would charge anyone who coerces minors to harm themselves or post sexually explicit images of themselves or harm others online. And it comes after reports about the group behind this. The FBI calls it 764. It's a group that pushes teens to live stream those images, live stream violence or self-harm or video of themselves harming others. Durbin says a lot more needs to be done to protect kids.
We make great speeches here. We sometimes enact great laws in the committee. But when it comes to taking them to the floor, to enact them on the floor and eventually send them over to the House, we drop the ball completely.
And we did an in-depth special report. Dane Placco did it on the 764 group a couple months ago. That is on our website. Go to fox32chicago.com and search 764 for more info on the group behind some of these crimes.
Time is now 7:09 this morning. Taking another live look outside as we check in with Mike. A little bit brighter from this angle compared to what we saw about 45 minutes ago.
I like you're putting a positive spin on that, Brian.
Right?
Way to go. Yeah, but you see the crud that's on the lens there? Yeah, that is, we got a little bit of moisture there, and that's about to get below freezing. And we're already seeing some snow bleeding over out of Wisconsin, moving into far northern Illinois across the Cheddar Curtain, as I affectionately refer to it. Still, there's plenty of snow on the ground. We did melt some of it yesterday, last night, and early this morning. Temperature hit 40 a few hours ago. That's the warmest we've been since near Thanksgiving around here. But there you see some snow beginning to move in. This is the leading edge of the colder air that is ushering out all of that milder air that we've had. And with the colder air coming in, the snow's going to have a chance to stick. I don't expect a lot of snow, but there may be an inch or so coming down with this today. Again, not a huge storm, but it may look fairly impressive. Here's why. Winds are pretty strong. We're seeing some gusts to 25 plus across much of the area. Looks like Valparaiso's leading the pack now with a 31-mile-an-hour wind. Winds are in the process of veering from west to northwest behind that. In this case, it's a trough of low pressure, but it's blowing in the colder air as well. So it's kind of a snow globe deal, and expect to see up to an inch of accumulation today. But that is not the last snow in the forecast. I have more coming in here tomorrow night, maybe some on Saturday. There's the high that we had. 40. Now falling temperatures, light snow up to 1 inch, but that snow is going to be blown around with northwest winds at about 15 to 30 miles per hour. Brian, Anthony, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate it. Eyes will all be on the Federal Reserve today as they consider a rate cut here in interest rates. I'm going to be speaking with the financial analysts about what we can possibly expect coming up. Stay with us.
Breaking overnight, a stolen car investigation leads to a deadly officer-involved shooting on the city's north side.
This happened last night along North Washington. That's in the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood. An officer was dragged by a man in another car, and that officer who was being dragged wound up opening fire, hitting the driver. The driver of that car, hospitalized, later died, but the officer who was dragged suffering minor injuries.
Mayor Brandon Johnson is revising his budget proposal, and he's not giving up on his corporate head tax. Instead, he is now targeting companies with more than 500 employees. The mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies here in Chicago, as opposed to his original plan, which would have targeted companies with over 100 employees.
All right, the Federal Reserve is scheduled to meet today to discuss approval of a possible interest rate cut. Inflation has remained, though, above the Fed's 2% target, so there's a concern there. Here's the twist on cutting rates. So experts are apparently split on how an interest rate cut would impact the economy. So here to help sort through this is bank rate financial analyst Stephen Cates. Good morning, Stephen. Thanks for joining us, sir.
Good morning.
All right,
thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we talk about what kind of rate we're possibly looking at here, a rate cut, I should say, what is prompting all this?
Well, there's some concern that the labor market is cooling. There's also concerns that inflation has been above the Federal Reserve's target now for roughly 5 years. Both of those are very legitimate concerns, but the Federal Reserve only has limited tools to try to fix those. And, they are kind of in direct opposition of one another. To cut rates means to support the labor market, or try to, but it might potentially fuel inflation, or at least keep higher inflation around for longer.
Yeah, so they need to thread the needle here, find the Goldilocks zone. All right, so with these things in mind, how much of a rate cut are we expecting, if any, and what kind of impact could that have in the short term?
It is likely that they will cut rates, and that would be at 0.25%, so 0.25%. To do anything more would be very unusual and a big surprise. So I expect that if we have any cut at all, it will be that quarter point. But there's likely to be some dissent amongst committee members about exactly what's right. Overall, I think they're all going to come to the consensus, or at least most of them will come to a consensus that the 0.25% cut is the right thing to do.
Okay, so it seems like that is what is widely expected. So with that in mind, how is the stock market responding here? Is there any rallying in anticipation of this move?
So it appears the stock market is relatively flat coming into the day so far. We might have a little bit of fireworks during the announcement, during the press conference after the announcement. Jerome Powell is likely to probably talk tough about the policy trajectory going forward, and that may send the market, a little bit up, down, or sideways. But right now, it's kind of an anticipation of what we expect. Given that this has been priced in now for weeks, the market doesn't have a whole lot to sort of react to until that announcement comes out.
We'll be keeping an eye on it. Stephen Cates, thank you for the insight and perspective this morning. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, 7:17 on your Wednesday morning, and Mike, it got warm. I was surprised when I left the house, because you said temperatures peaked around 3 a.m.
Right.
It felt like, I don't know, spring out there compared to what it was a couple weeks ago.
Oh, my God. It's the warmest we've been since around Thanksgiving around here. 40 degrees felt like 80, but now the temperatures are on the way down. So the rain is in the process of changing over to some snow. I'm using our most sensitive radar. Not all of this is reaching the ground, but you can see some spotty rain still impacting the city. But the farther north you go, that's where it is snow coming down. Not very heavily, but with snow and winds that are gusting at times to more than 30 miles per hour, it's going to look more impressive than the snow that's actually accumulating. We've got a 26-mile-an-hour wind out of the west at O'Hare, 31 mph there at Valparaiso, and you can see how when the winds go from west to northwest, we call that veering, and so the winds are going to veer here out of the northwest and be at a pretty good clip all day long. So I could see some spots getting an inch of snow out of this thing today. Most of us will not get that much. There was the high of 40, that northwest wind at 15 to 30 is going to keep it feeling colder as those temperatures eventually get down into the 20s this afternoon. Snow should be ending certainly by the evening hours. Nothing more than a couple of flurries late this afternoon, but it gets cold, 15. The only helpful thing is it won't be as windy. Northwest winds tapering off about 5 to 15 miles per hour. There is more snow in the forecast. The next storm system is tomorrow night into early Friday. That one looks like a minor accumulation of at least a couple of inches here. And then it is a dump of Arctic air. High of 14 Saturday, a high of only 10 on Sunday with the Bears in action against the Browns. Still some questions as to how much snow Chicagoland could get on Saturday. A lot of computer guidance pushing that snow a little farther south. It might be a glancing blow for us. Temperatures moderate slowly next week. Should be above freezing barely by next Tuesday. All right, let's see. I like your map back there, Gabriella, there where we're kind of showing where weather might be having some impacts on the roads.
Exactly. This is a nice filter that shows you what potentially could be happening out there for you all traveling. We know that you're everywhere across Chicagoland. So what roads you're facing over in Northwest Indiana? Of course, things might be changing, as Mike said, so be aware that this patchy ice might be, closer to your neighborhood if you are on the southwest side. Wet roads also reported on the southbound side of I-55, and then patchy ice as well on the Stevenson and on the Kennedy as well. Let's talk about your drive times, though. 50 minutes on the Kennedy, Eisenhower, and Stevenson. They're all tied right now for inbound trip. And then 35 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. You could see all these crashes in our system. That might be due to weather, but it also might just be, normal Wednesday morning commute stuff. One is over on, or two crashes over in the Darien Woodridge area. This is one Plainfield Road. The other is around 63rd. And of course, that earlier crash I was talking about in Schiller Park, that's at Manheim and Irving Park Road. It was partially blocking that intersection. Unrelated to weather is the situation that's happening over on the northbound side of I-57, which is blocked still between 147th and 127th. Now, Illinois State Police say this is closure for reported expressway shooting. No injuries have been reported. I-57 northbound lanes will remain closed until the canvas is done, though. Drive times are looking okay. I'll keep you updated. Anthony, I'll send it to you for now.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Appreciate it. We got a lot to get to here yet on Good Day Chicago. We're getting a look at body cam video showing the moment that police in Pennsylvania approached and questioned Luigi Mangione. He was sitting at a McDonald's. Big changes as well coming for millions of borrowers. For student loans, we're going to have the latest decision from the Department of Education, and a first-of-its-kind social media ban goes into effect in Australia today. No one under the age of 16 allowed to use social media. All right, we'll have all those stories and much more coming up. Stay with us. Welcome back. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is telling congressional leaders that he is still weighing whether to release the full video of the September attack on an alleged drug boat that killed 2 survivors of an earlier strike. Yesterday, Hegseth briefed top congressional leaders on the strike that killed those 2 people who had, again, survived an initial strike in the Caribbean on September 2nd. This comes after partial footage of the attack was released and as pressure mounts from Congress for full disclosure.
I would predict this evidence will shock the conscience of America. It will shock America's conscience if it becomes public.
Just let people see it. Everybody can make their own decision.
And lawmakers have now added a provision to their defense spending bill that would limit Pete Hegseth's travel budget if he fails to provide the footage to Congress.
There's new body camera footage from the arrest of Luigi Mangione. The video shows the moments officers approached him at a Pennsylvania McDonald's.
Mark? What is it? Mark? Mark? Yes, sir. Mark what? Rosario? Rosario? Someone called. They thought you were suspicious.
The Manhattan District Attorney's Office released this video as a pretrial hearing continues. It will determine what evidence can and cannot be used in Mangione's murder trial. Police said that they got a call from the McDonald's manager after a customer noticed a man sitting in the restaurant who resembled the man wanted for the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Also, some big changes coming for millions of student loan borrowers. President Biden's student loan repayment plan, known as SAVE, is officially ending. A legal settlement announced by the Department of Education will block all new enrollments, deny pending applications, and also move current borrowers to other plans. SAVE, which based their payments on income, was praised as the most affordable option. The program aimed to ease $200 billion in student loan debt.
All right, the ban on social media for kids under 16 in Australia goes into effect today. Australia, the first country to enforce this kind of ban. The Prime Minister says the goal here is to give children a childhood and give parents more peace of mind. And tech companies that don't follow the rules down there could face fines of up to $33 million. Here's some other news. A dog in Oklahoma is now a world record holder. Look at that video. You can probably imagine in what category. Yeah. Longest tongue on a living dog. His tongue was measured at 7.83 inches. Ozzy's owners say they have to clean the house frequently because there's a lot of slobber on the walls. You know, that thing's unruly. But they say they would not trade him for anyone else. And now they have a world record holder to celebrate. Nicely done, Ozzy.
There's a world record for everything, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Look at that. That is the picture, though, right?
Mike, you know a lot about pooch. Is that just a genetic anomaly, or is that part of that breed?
Well,
the long tongue.
Yeah, I'm sure that they do have, fairly good-sized tongues, but that's ridiculous.
That is.
that is too much there. I just wondered, how is he able to eat around?
I know,
right? It's hanging out the whole time there.
And does he go to sleep with it hanging out, and does it wake up all dry?
I'm sure. I'm sure that's exactly.
I got questions for Ozzy.
We have questions. We need answers. All right. Here's the deal. It's getting colder. The winds are up. And it is about to snow again. And this isn't the last snow event in my 7-day forecast, which I will share momentarily. Stay tuned.
Hi. Welcome back. Good morning, everybody. You're watching Good Day Chicago here at 7:30.
Here's a look at some of the stories we're following for you this morning. In just a couple of hours, the Federal Reserve will meet to discuss cutting interest rates. Inflation has stubbornly remained above the Fed's 2% target. The Fed officials are split on whether or not high inflation or slowing job market is the bigger threat to the economy.
President Donald Trump talked about the potential interest rate cuts last night. He also berated Fed Chair Jerome Powell for not cutting rates more aggressively. The president focused on the economy and affordability during a campaign-style event in Pennsylvania last night. This is expected to be a key issue in next year's midterms.
A Chicago City Council member wants to try again to stop teen takeovers downtown with temporary roving curfews. Second Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins is proposing an ordinance that would give police the authority to declare curfews at any public space at any time of day to curb teen group violence with 12 hours of notice. His previous proposal would have made that window only 30 minutes and was shot down by the mayor.
We are following breaking news this morning. A man is shot and killed by Chicago police on the city's northwest side.
Roseanne Zayas is live in the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood with more details. Roseanne?
That's right. It was a stolen car investigation that turned deadly. Police say two men drove up here alongside that stolen car that was parked on Washtenaw between Ardmore and Hollywood. And they got out of their car and they started to go for the stolen car when officers were approaching. They saw the officers and they took off. Well, it all happened on this 5700 block of Washtenaw before 10:30 last night. Police say one of those suspects fled on foot through this neighborhood, but the other jumped back in his own car and refused to get out. He struggled with police, and then they say he attempted to drive off, dragging an officer. The officer fired once, striking the man in the head, and he was pronounced dead at the hospital. All of this a surprise to neighbors who say that this kind of violence isn't completely shocking in the city. Okay, looks like we don't have that gentleman's comment right now. We'll get that for you later. We will tell you, though, that police say there was a woman passenger in that sedan that had pulled over, and they did take her into custody. They say they found two weapons. We should also point out that the officer, as is customary in these situations, is being investigated, the entire incident being investigated by the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. The officer's going to be okay. He suffered only minor injuries in this incident. And we'll have more for you coming up in just about 30 minutes. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Our time is now 7:33 this morning. Mayor Brandon Johnson is revising his budget proposal, and he's not giving up on his corporate head tax. Instead, now he's targeting companies with more than 500 employees. The mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies in Chicago, as opposed to his original plan, which would have impacted companies with over 100 employees.
It would continue to drive violence down in the city of Chicago, ensuring that our community violence intervention workers are supported, that we can continue our youth employment and diversion programs, services for survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence, and of course, mental health care for our first responders.
The mayor insists that while the head tax will impact some of the most successful companies here in Chicago, totaling billions of dollars in revenue, he insists it is not a job killer.
Governor Pritzker is taking steps to protect immigrants. Yesterday, he signed a new law that shields people from federal enforcement near courthouses, hospitals, university campuses, and daycares. It also allows people to sue federal immigration agents if they think their rights were violated. More than 4,000 people were arrested during Operation Midway Blitz. Data on those arrests from early September through mid-October showed that only 15% of the people detained or arrested had criminal records.
Riders may soon see more police patrols on CTA trains and buses. The federal government is demanding a series of changes to make Chicago's public transit system safer. The Federal Transit Administration has essentially given the CTA an ultimatum: either make these changes or say goodbye to key funding. A special directive comes, as they're calling it, came in the form of a letter to Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker. It specifically points to that horrific attack on the Blue Line last month, where repeat offenders set a 26-year-old woman on fire. Federal officials are now ordering for the CTA to come up with a new security plan by December the 15th and then to implement it by the 19th.
This is the federal government threatening state and local government with taking away federal funds for a purpose that they're not allowed to.
I think the CTA should consider jettisoning their security contract. They should be using CPD officers on an overtime program and have them actually deployed onto trains from time to time. If a would-be criminal thinks there's a shot at running into a uniformed police officer on a train, they're going to think twice about committing that crime.
The federal government has not revealed how much money it could withhold.
All right, 7:36. It is time to check back in with Mike Kaplan for how Wednesday is going to play out, getting colder and colder out there. And sounds like we got a couple of rounds of snow in the forecast to contend with.
I got three.
Three?
We have three in the 7-day forecast. The
Who
first
needs one or two? You can have three, right?
Yeah. But you guys have got to hang around for the video that I'm going to share at the end of the segment during our pictures segment. I've got a very cool video coming up. You're going to find amazing. All right. Yep. We have more snow. We've got more wind, and we've got plenty of cold. Snow. It's going to look like a snow globe at times today. Not a lot of snow, but because it's so windy, it's going to look fairly impressive here, especially in the next few hours. Snow is likely again tomorrow night into Friday. That could be a shovelable event. And then again on Saturday. Saturday's storm might, there's a chance it misses us to the south. Farther south you are right now, the greater chances are of getting a few inches of snow out of this. But there's no way around this. The Arctic attack this weekend, I envision wind chills that might be as bad as 20 below. We've dropped to 30 now. Rockford and Woodstock. It's freezing on the nose at DeKalb. After a high of 40, it's already 34, and on the way down at O'Hare. 36 at Chicago Heights and Valparaiso. 36 in Rensselaer. So we're done with the above freezing temperatures here in short order. And it's windy. Winds are in the process of coming around from the west to the northwest. Still seeing some 20-plus mile-per-hour gusts. And I think we can see some 30-pluses during the afternoon. So with the snow falling and these 20 to 30-mile-an-hour winds, it looks, really snow globe-ish out there. And that snow is now moving in out of Wisconsin. Could be up to an inch of accumulation. The high already happened. It was 40. Now we're going to see temperatures dropping into the 20s this afternoon, eventually bottoming out at 15. Tomorrow's high 25. Tomorrow night into early Friday, could be a couple to 4 inches of snow here. And then it is really cold. Highs barely double digits Saturday. Sunday, the Bears against the Browns. Most of that game will be played with temperatures in the single digits despite sunshine. And there's that chance for snow on Saturday. There's also a chance it misses us to the south. We dig out of the deep freeze next week, 34 degrees on Tuesday. All right, let's look at some of the photos and that aforementioned video that I spoke of. A lot of you sending in some very pretty scenes. Look at the shot from Kathy Abretsky in Porter, Indiana. That, I guess, is your yard there, Kathy. Looking very pretty. You've done a good job with the decorations and that snow, adding a little bit of sparkle to your yard there in Porter County. Thank you, Kathy, for that one. Next up, this one from Nellie Martinez. That is her dog, Mick, eating the snow at Lincoln Dog Park in Aurora. Nellie, your dog actually looks like he's smiling a little bit there. And they're like, yeah, I like that snow there, Mommy. Thanks for taking me out. Mick, good-looking pup. Yeah. Now, take a look at this. Just watch this here. All right, do you see what's going on here?
Doing donuts.
But wait, can you see what else Doug Sampanero is doing?
Okay, donuts in the parking lot.
But what's in the middle of his...
looks like there's a Christmas tree in the middle.
And
is that a Christmas tree?
He was putting lights on the tree while doing the donuts. What?
That's an interesting strategy.
Don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home.
I didn't even see the bottom of the screen.
That's right. I didn't see that. They have their business as a vacant parking lot there. Okay. But he's actually got a long stringer of lights that he's feeding through the window there, driving a circle to put the lights on the tree. And we'll give a shout out to his mom, Tracy, for recording the video. But Doug needs about another $1,000 worth of tires now after that.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I can smell that the smoke coming out of the tires there. Well done, Doug.
Yeah, that was good.
I want to see the final result, the tree.
Yes.
The transformation.
I don't think it's that great.
But the video was good.
The video was good. I don't think I've seen that before. 7:40. We're going to take a quick look at your drive times as Mike, do you mind just hitting that? Did it work? I don't have the button. We'll get to your drive to. Oh, there it is.
There you go. Hey.
Thank you so much. Okay, you're at nearly an hour on your inbound expressways from O'Hare to downtown. That's an hour. Eisenhower Route 390 to downtown, 60 minutes. Similar drive times on the inbound Stevenson between I-355 and DuSable Lakeshore Drive, even stacking up on the inbound Dan Ryan. Be careful out there. It could be slick in spots. We'll be right back.
If you
Welcome back. President Trump traveled to Pennsylvania for a speech touting his efforts on affordability. The president spoke to supporters at a campaign-style rally, and during the speech, the president said that inflation was no longer a problem and that Democrats had used the term affordability as a, quote, hoax to hurt his reputation. Regardless, he says he is bringing costs down.
And I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices, and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message.
And the president also talked about immigration. He stirred controversy with a couple of adjectives he used to describe Afghanistan, Haiti, and Somalia, calling them, quote, filthy and disgusting. The White House says the president will continue with these campaign-style events ahead of the midterms. Meantime, the Federal Reserve is scheduled to meet today to discuss approval of a possible interest rate cut. Inflation has stubbornly been above the Fed's target of 2%. And Fed officials are split right now on whether high inflation or the slowing job market is the bigger threat to the economy right now.
Former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan is the latest political figure to ask President Trump for clemency. Madigan was convicted back in February on bribery, conspiracy, and wire fraud charges. The Tribune says Madigan asked for a pardon after a completion of sentence. The 83-year-old was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison and fined $2.5 million. Madigan is also appealing his conviction.
Illinois Senator Dick Durbin introducing bipartisan legislation to protect kids from online predators. The law would charge anyone who coerces minors to harm themselves. It comes after reports about something called the 764 group, which is a group the FBI says is pushing teenagers and vulnerable children to live stream violence, to live stream self-harm or video of themselves harming others, even sexually explicit images as well. Durbin says a lot more needs to be done to protect kids.
We make great speeches here. We sometimes enact great laws in the committee, but when it comes to taking them to the floor, to enact them on the floor and eventually send them over to the House, we drop the ball completely.
And our own Dane Placco did a special report on the 764 group. If you want more context here about what they're responsible for, go find his story on our website, fox32chicago.com. Just punch 764, the numerals, into the search bar there. You'll find it.
Well, heartbreak on the campus of Kentucky State University, where one student is dead and another critically injured following a shooting inside of a dorm room. Police say a suspect has been captured. He's been identified as Jacob Liebard. Police say that he is not a student, and they're still working to determine a motive. Time is now 7:46 this morning. Here's a look at what's still to come this morning on Good Day Chicago in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Keep it right here.
Welcome back. We have some breaking news we're following this morning. A man is dead after an officer-involved shooting. This happened in Chicago's Arcadia Terrace neighborhood.
It happened near the intersection of North Washtenaw and West Hollywood Avenues. According to police, two men pulled up to a stolen car and tried to get inside. When officers approached, one of the men ran off. The other got back in their car. Police tried to get him out of the car. He took off, dragging one of the officers in the process. The officer fired at the man and hit him.
A Chicago City Council member wants to try again to stop these teen takeovers downtown by using temporary roving curfews. Second Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins is proposing an ordinance that would give police the authority to declare curfews at any public space at any time of day to curb teen group violence with 12 hours notice. His previous proposal would have made that window only 30 minutes. That was shot down by the mayor.
Former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan is the latest political figure asking President Trump for clemency. Madigan was convicted in February on bribery, conspiracy, and wire fraud charges. He was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison. The Tribune says Madigan asks for a pardon after he completes that sentence.
All right, 10 till 8 a.m. on your Wednesday morning, and here's a live look over Millennium Park there. Little snow melt out there. It was warmer, but getting colder by the minute, isn't it, Mike?
Yes, we're going to add to the snow. In fact, it is possible that today we will surpass, in just the first month and a half or so of snow season, the entirety of last year's snowfall.
So that means no snow the rest of the season.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, thanks for tuning in. Brian with the optimistic forecast. No, we got more snow in the hopper, possibly something coming in tomorrow night and again on Saturday. The exact track of that Saturday storm, though, is still up in the air. This is the snow that's been coming out of Wisconsin this morning, replacing the light rain, which is still falling over parts of Chicagoland. But the cold air is coming in. You can see that rain to snow transition zone. Roughly, let's put it at Lake Cook Road. I realize there's going to be some variation here and there, but in general, we're changing over to snow here, and there might be an inch of accumulation. It's going to look more impressive than what's actually falling because of how windy it is, so it's going to have that kind of snow globe look to it. And there could be a little extension of the snow in the form of lake effect going through parts of northwest Indiana during the afternoon. Rest of the afternoon in Chicagoland, I mean, a brief flurry or two here or there, but I'm not expecting any additional accumulation. During the day tomorrow, it should be dry, a few peaks of sunshine here or there, otherwise mostly cloudy. But at night, here comes the next clipper, and this one is going to have a sticking snow, possibly a 2+ across the area. There might even be a couple of lake effect snow showers on Friday morning to contend with that could impact the Friday morning commute. And then we'll wait and see about the Saturday storm. Some of the computer models are holding that for mainly central Illinois, but it's going to be a close call here. Snowfall today, not that much, maybe a 1/2 to 1 inch of total accumulation. But then let's see what's coming in here tomorrow night into Friday. Again, not a big storm, but I do have a couple other models that show higher numbers than that. I wouldn't be surprised to see some 2 to 4 coming in here. 40 happened already. Falling temperatures, light snow up to 1 inch today. And look quickly at the 7-day forecast here. Chance of snow tomorrow night and again Saturday. Brutally cold for that Bears game on Sunday with a high of 10.
Ooh, yikes. All right, here, let's get a quick look at our traffic situation. We are following that breaking news up in the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood. If you use Lincoln Avenue on the northwest side to get into the city, it is absolutely jammed right up there on the north side, 5700 block of North Washtenaw in that intersection area. So heads up there. There's nothing major happening in terms of accidents on the area expressways, but everything is in the red here at as we approach 8 o'clock. 54 minutes if you're coming in from the big airport to downtown. You're at over an hour on both the inbound Eisenhower and Stevenson, and the Dan Ryan inbound drive time 95th to downtown. You are stacking up there as well at 44 minutes.
Well, some big changes coming for millions of student loan borrowers. President Biden's student loan repayment plan, known as SAVE, is officially ending. A legal settlement announced by the Education Department will block all new enrollments, deny pending applications, as well as move current borrowers to other plans. SAVE, which was based payments on income, was praised as the most affordable option. The program aimed to ease $200 billion in student debt.
Netflix is now facing a lawsuit from a Warner Brothers Discovery subscriber who wants to block its $72 billion acquisition. The proposed class action suit claims the deal could reduce competition in the U.S. streaming market, like eliminating HBO Max, and raise prices for viewers. Paramount also launched a $108 billion hostile bid proposal to take over Warner Brothers Discovery. Netflix is calling the class action suit meritless and says it follows weeks of bidding for the studio and streaming businesses. All right, in Australia, if you're under the age of 16, the ban on social media goes into effect today. This is the first country to enforce this kind of ban. The Prime Minister says the goal is to give children a childhood and give parents more peace of mind. And there's some consequences for tech companies who don't follow the rules here. They could face fines of up to $33 million.
Well, a special surprise for some Burke Elementary School students. They were at the Bessie Coleman branch of the Chicago Public Library, learning all about leadership qualities when a very special guest came in. That, of course, is former President Barack Obama. He stopped by to read them the book, Flying Free, Bessie Coleman's Dreams Took Flight. That event was a sneak peek into the Storytime programming that is going to be offered at the library branch coming to the Obama Presidential Center next June. So that was our 7:55 this morning. Got plenty more to come this morning on Good Day Chicago. Keep it right here.
What?
Welcome back. Apparently more people are turning to GoFundMe for help with basic needs like housing and food. The crowdfunding platform's annual report shows a 20% increase in fundraisers for essentials like that. And it follows a quadruple increase in the same category the previous year. The report also shows that monthly bills were the second fastest growing category in 2025.
Silicon Valley-based Intel is cutting dozens of jobs. The semiconductor company said it eliminated 59 positions late last month, all of them at the Santa Clara headquarters. The company has shed nearly 800 Bay Area jobs in the last few months. Intel leaders say the layoffs are a part of restructuring efforts to reduce costs.
The new jobs reports show job openings barely moved in the month of October. The Labor Department reported this morning that employers posted about 7.7 million jobs, close to September's numbers. The numbers were delayed, though, by the extended government shutdown. Layoffs rose and fewer people left their jobs as well, which experts believe signals that workers are less confident in the job market. Here's something new coming to some airports. Uber will be launching kiosks for people wanting to book a ride without using a phone. These airport kiosks are for international travelers who may not have a local data plan, or, we've all been here, those folks who lose their battery power on those cell phones during those longer flights, so you won't need a phone. Riders, here's how it works. They use the kiosk and then you get a paper receipt of the itinerary and the name of your driver once you do your booking. And so the first Uber kiosk will roll out at LaGuardia in New York City. More kiosks are expected at other airports. They're going to be in hotels and ports as well in the next few months.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
Breaking now at 8 o'clock, a man is dead after a police shooting on Chicago's northwest side. We are live with a rapidly developing investigation.
A city council member pushes for a new measure to stop violent teen takeovers in downtown Chicago. The uphill battle it could be facing.
Plus, the Federal Reserve gets ready to cut interest rates for a third time this year. A financial expert explains how this might affect you.
First, though, brace yourself, everyone. More snow on the way. Just kind of an icky start to the day thus far. Bringing some wintry friends along with it, though.
Friends.
Yeah, kind of clearing out the muck, though, that's been on the side.
Yeah, it is. A little damp out there to start our Wednesday, Caitlin.
A little bit of a wintry mix turning over to snow today. So this morning, we have had reports of some light rain mixing in with some snowflakes, perhaps some freezing drizzle even. So be careful out there on the roads. We're going to see that transition from the wintry mix, as mentioned, over to snow as we get into the afternoon hours especially. But right now, satellite radar, the loop, does show that we do have some precipitation throughout Chicagoland. As mentioned, you might see some slick spots out there. Let's take a closer peek at where the wet stuff is coming down. So you can see that we have had some scattered light rain showers from Chicago Point south, but in northern Cook County, portions of DeKalb County, Kane County, where you see the green, the pink, and the blue, that's where you could see some quick dusting, maybe a little bit of freezing rain possible as well. The snow, though, is coming down light in portions of Lake McHenry along that Wisconsin border. We are going to have that potential for snow, gusty winds, and cold temperatures coming. A full breakdown of your forecast is coming up.
All right, thank you very much, Caitlin. We have some breaking news to get to this morning. A man is dead after a shooting with police involved on Chicago's northwest side.
Roseanne Tellez is following the investigation live in Arcadia Terrace. Good morning, Roseanne.
Good morning, and we're beginning to hear from neighbors who watched some of this unfold yesterday. Very shaken this morning. It happened here on Washtenaw, and it started with that stolen car that was parked here. Police were investigating the stolen car. They saw another sedan pull alongside of the stolen car, and a couple of men got out and began to try to get in the stolen car, but they spotted the police officers, and police say they took off running. And so one of them ran through the neighborhood, but the other man jumped back in the car that he'd arrived in and tried to pull away. Officers tried to pull him out. They were unsuccessful, and one of them apparently was being dragged by the car when the man tried to take off. So the officer fired once. We do have ring camera video of when officers arrived at the scene, and this is just the house where the car was parked right in front. In fact, the neighbors told us they had seen that car several times. It had actually parked there, left, and come back, and so they had noticed it. But once again, that man was shot in the head. Police say he died later at the hospital. Turns out there was a woman in the car, too, and they took her into custody along with a couple of weapons. But here's what one of the neighbors had to say about what unfolded.
My wife woke up and saw it, but the white car has been in this neighborhood for a while now, and it kind of parked cockeyed yesterday right in front of me.
Did anybody see this officer being dragged by the car?
No. Most people are in bed by that time around. I'm glad the cop wasn't hurt. I'm glad the cop got the guy.
And so once again, we don't know exactly the connection between these three suspects and the stolen car. The officer, as you heard that gentleman allude to, was not, he had minor injuries and was treated and released from the hospital. The Civilian Office of Police Accountability investigating this shooting in the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood now. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Roseanne, thank you so much. We'll check back for an update. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump is hitting the road as the White House aims to flip the script on affordability.
Yes, it comes as his administration is facing pressure over rising inflation. We're checking in with Brian Jackson, who joins us here with more.
Well, President Trump traveled to Pennsylvania on Tuesday to make the case that his tariffs are helping lower cost. But recent polling points say otherwise. A recent Fox News poll finds 76% of voters view the economy negatively. That is worse than the 70% who said the same at the end of former President Biden's term. The White House says that the president's agenda will bear fruit next year, with the president recently describing the term affordability as a scam.
I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. That's what we're going to do. And again, they caused the high prices, and we're bringing them down. It's a simple message.
The president's remarks then turned to immigration. He asked why the U.S. does not have more immigrants from Scandinavia and objected to taking people from, quote, hellholes like Afghanistan, Haiti, Somalia, and many other countries. It comes as the administration ramps up its immigration crackdown. On Tuesday, federal agents used pepper spray to push through some angry crowds in the heavily populated Somali neighborhood in Minneapolis. The Somali community has been on edge since Thanksgiving when President Trump posted on social media that he was ending temporary protected status for them. Tensions grew even more last week when he called Somalis garbage and said he does not want them in the country. Now, Minnesota's Somali community is the largest here in the U.S., and an overwhelming majority of them are U.S. citizens. Anita?
Thank you, Brian. Governor J.B. Pritzker taking steps to protect immigrants in our state. He signed a law on Tuesday shielding people from federal enforcement near courthouses, hospitals, university campuses, and daycares. It also allows people to sue federal immigration agents if they think their rights were violated.
We know that this new set of laws can't mitigate all of the harm, but it gives us new protective tools and is a symbol of our shared action against those terrorizing our communities and our state.
More than 4,000 people were arrested during Operation Midway Blitz. Data from early September through mid-October shows only 15% of those people had criminal records.
Former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan is the latest political figure asking President Trump for clemency. Madigan was convicted in February on bribery, conspiracy, and wire fraud charges. The Tribune says Madigan asked for a pardon after he completes his sentence. The 83-year-old was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, fined $2.5 million as well. Madigan is also appealing his conviction.
A Chicago City Council member wants to try again to stop teen takeovers downtown with temporary roving curfews. Second Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins is proposing an ordinance that would give police the authority to declare curfews at any public space at any time of day to curb teen group violence with 12 hours notice. His previous proposal would have made that window only 30 minutes and was shot down by the mayor.
A lot of the opposition from the previous version was based on the belief that police could just act impulsively. This ordinance makes it impossible for that to happen.
Well, the revised proposal comes in the wake of last month's deadly shooting during a teen takeover in the Loop after thousands were downtown for the annual tree lighting ceremony.
Mayor Brandon Johnson is revising his budget proposal. He isn't giving up entirely on the effort to impose a corporate head tax, though. Only now he is targeting companies with more than 500 employees. The mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies here in Chicago, as opposed to his original plan, which would have hit companies with over 100 employees.
In a couple of hours, the Federal Reserve will meet to discuss cutting interest rates. Inflation has stubbornly remained above the Fed's 2% target, and Fed officials are split on whether high inflation or slowing job market is the bigger threat to the economy.
It is likely that they will cut rates, and that would be at 0.25%, so 0.25%. To do anything more would be very unusual and a big surprise. So I expect that if we have any cut at all, it will be that quarter point. But there's likely to be some dissent amongst committee members about exactly what's right. Overall, I think they're all going to come to the consensus, or at least most of them will come to a consensus that the 0.25% cut is the right thing to do.
The Fed will announce their decision on interest rates today at 1 p.m. A lot of people will be tuning in to find out what they have to say.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, it's time to check back in with Caitlin Cody to see how Wednesday is going to play out and figure out more about the possible snow in our forecast.
The snow, yeah, we've got some snow north coming down.
It looked like you saw it in Roseanne's live shot.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
A mixed bag out there as we get from Chicago points north, and then we get into the snow, especially along that Wisconsin border. So it is going to be a soggy start. You can see from radar the green where the light rain is coming down from Will County to most of Cook County. So in Chicago, it is going to be a little bit rainy, very light drizzle currently, but in Kankakee to northwest Indiana, it is raining. Let's take a closer look at where we have that mixed precipitation that I was mentioning. So right along the border here between green and blue, you can see some pink. Glenview, near O'Hare, Bellwood out to Wheaton, Aurora. That's where you may be seeing a glaze out there from this rain because of that temperature difference. Now, as we head a little further north, snow is coming down from Palatine to DeKalb, points north, Lake, McHenry County, Crystal Lake, McHenry, you have some light snow. And then, as mentioned, just some light scattered showers coming down from Chicago Point south. We are going to see the transition from rain over to snow later this morning. And temperatures, as mentioned, we have the difference going on. We're at 33 in Waukegan, 28 at Woodstock, but 34 at the lakefront and 37 in Gary, as well as Kankakee. The wind, this is adding to the unfortunate wintry wintry weather that we have today, gusting to 24 miles per hour in DeKalb, 26 at LaSalle, 12 at O'Hare. Today, we could see those winds approaching 30 to 40 miles per hour. We'll take a look at the timeline of the wet weather when it moves out and when it returns ahead.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. This morning, dozens of unionized Starbucks baristas are rallying outside of the Reserve Roastery in Chicago. Later on, we're live there to tell you why.
But first, the new lawsuit challenging Netflix's bid to buy Warner Brothers Discovery.
It's getting more and more interesting by the day. The Chicago Bears, though, hosting their 37th annual Coat Drive the Bears, along with Joel Osco. The Salvation Army and Sherway Movers are asking for your coat donations. Just drop them off at participating Joel Osco's now through February 16th. You can find more information online at chicagobears.com/coat drive.
Make Menards.
Welcome back, 8:13 on your Wednesday morning. Some breaking news. A man is dead after an officer-involved shooting that happened in Chicago's Arcadia Terrace neighborhood.
That's right. We've had Roseanne there all morning long. It happened near the intersection of North Washtenaw and West Hollywood Avenues, where we got this video when it was an active scene. According to police, two men pulled up to a stolen car, tried to get inside. When officers approached, one of the men ran off. Now, the other got back in their car. When police tried to get him out, he took off, dragging one of the officers. In the process, that officer fired at the man and hit him.
A Chicago City Council member wants to try again to stop teen takeovers downtown with temporary roving curfews. Second Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins is proposing a revised ordinance that will give police the authority to declare curfews at any public space at any time of day to curb teen group violence, as long as they give at least 12 hours notice here. Now, his previous proposal would have made that window only 30 minutes. That was shot down by Mayor Johnson.
Well, former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan is the latest political figure asking President Trump for clemency. Madigan was convicted in February on bribery, conspiracy and wire fraud charges. We watched that case from start to finish. He was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison ultimately. The Tribune says Madigan asked for a pardon after he completes that sentence. And riders may soon see more police patrols on CTA trains and buses. This is kind of an update to the big development yesterday when the federal government started demanding a series of changes to make Chicago's public transit system safer. The Federal Transit Administration has essentially given the CTA an ultimatum here with several deadlines in this letter that they sent to them, asking them to make changes or say goodbye to key funding, millions of dollars. The special directive, as they're calling it, came in the form of that letter to Mayor Brandon Johnson. It also went to Governor J.B. Pritzker. It specifically points to that horrible attack on the Blue Line last month where a repeat offender with over 70 arrests in his history set a 26-year-old woman on fire. She was just sitting on the train. He doused her with gasoline. She tried to run off. He lit her on fire. Federal officials are now ordering the CTA to try to come up with a new security plan, whether it's more cameras or more officers by December 15th, Monday, and implement it by the 19th. The following
This is
Friday.
the federal government threatening state and local government with taking away federal funds for a purpose that they're not allowed to.
I think the CTA should consider jettisoning their security contract. They should be using CPD officers on an overtime program and have them actually deployed onto trains from time to time. If a would-be criminal thinks there's a shot at running into a uniformed police officer on a train, they're going to think twice about committing that crime.
This is a big conversation, especially in a time when the city government is trying to work out a budget. You heard them talking about CPD officers and overtime. That's a part of the contentious budget right now that they have to work out by the end of this month with a $1.1 billion budget deficit right now. The federal government has not revealed how much money it could withhold.
Illinois Senator Dick Durbin is introducing bipartisan legislation designed to protect kids from online predators. This law would charge anyone who coerces minors to harm themselves, post it online, or harm others, or post sexually explicit images. And it comes after reports about what's known as the 764 group. This is a group the FBI has identified that pushes teens to live stream all this behavior online, advocating violence or self-harm. Durbin says a lot more needs to be done to protect children.
We make great speeches here. We sometimes enact great laws in the committee, but when it comes to taking them to the floor, to enact them on the floor and eventually send them over to the House, we drop the ball completely.
We reported on the 764 group a couple months ago. Dane Placco did an in-depth piece on it. You can find his story by going to our website, fox32chicago.com. Just search 764 in the search bar.
Heartbreak on the campus of Kentucky State University. One student is dead, another critically injured after a shooting in a dorm room. Police say that a suspect has been captured. He has been identified as Jacob Lee Bard. Police say he is not a student, and they're still working to determine a motive. And big changes coming for millions of student loan borrowers. President Biden's student loan repayment plan, known as SAVE, is officially ending. A legal settlement announced by the Education Department will block new enrollments, deny pending applications, and move current borrowers to other plans. SAVE, which was based on payments on income, was praised as the most affordable option. The program aimed to ease $200 billion in student loan debt.
Frustrations are mounting this morning after President Trump made comments on the status of the peace talks going on between Russia and Ukraine, saying Ukraine is losing the war. Trump has been putting pressure on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to consider the peace deal, even if it means handing over control of the eastern Donbass region to Moscow. But Zelensky refuses to do so.
8:19. Let's talk a little bit more about our weather here at home. Those gray skies out there, and some folks getting that mix between what, snow and rain right now, Caitlin?
That's right. We have rain, we have snow, and we have everything in between as that line of colder air starts to plow into Chicagoland. So let's first take a look at the radar. Current radar showing that we have green over the city. So we could see a little bit of a mix happening here in the city. Even from that live camera, you could kind of tell that the precipitation is starting to change over. Snow showers still still coming down for western areas, most of DuPage County, Kane, DeKalb County, Lake and McHenry covered in light snow. As we head south of the city, light rain showers. The temperatures are more mild the further south you go from Chicago. You can see it here reflected on our temperature map. It's 28 degrees in Woodstock right now, but 33 in Waukegan, 31 in DeKalb. That colder air is moving in for all of us. Temperatures are going in the opposite direction today as the day progresses. Right now it's 37 degrees in Gary and Kankakee, 35 in Chicago Heights, and 34 at the lakefront. So let's time this precipitation out. Over the next hour or so, we're going to see that transition from rain over to snow for all of us. But it's out of here pretty fast from Chicago points north and west. Northwest Indiana, you unfortunately are going to have the potential for some lake effect snow showers even into the afternoon as those temperatures drop down into the 20s. 7 o'clock, some flurries still around the area. We could see under an inch of snowfall for most from Chicago points west. As mentioned, Northwest Indiana, you could pick up 1 to 2 inches of that lake effect snowfall before we do dry out for tomorrow. Thursday, we are starting off cold. It's going to be a cold but quiet day, luckily, after our windy day today. That's something else I should mention. Today, we're going to see those winds picking up, gusting to 35, if not 40 miles per hour at times. And then on Thursday, it is going to be dry until our next round of snow moves on in, which could impact your Friday morning commute, really Thursday night and Friday. A couple of inches of snow possible to gather. We have more snow expected this weekend and brutally cold temperatures. I'll show you that on your 7-day forecast ahead. Anthony.
All right, thank you very much, Caitlin. Appreciate it. It's 8:21 on your Wednesday. We got a lot coming up for you during our 10 o'clock hour on Chicago Now. We want to know what American president liked to eat throughout history. What were their favorite foods?
This would be interesting.
Remember Bill Clinton went through a fast food phase for a while before he got into some health issues. All right, Cooking with Congress explores what these presidents ate throughout their terms. Also, Queer Eye's Bobby Burke is going to sit down with us to talk about his new show. It's called Junk or Jackpot, which helps people discover the true monetary value of all their unusual treasures and collections. That'll be interesting. Also, the new 400 Theater in Rogers Park is reopening. This is a historic venue here. We're going to be talking with the new operator in charge of reviving the 113-year-old movie house. That's all coming up at 10 o'clock on Chicago Now. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Make the most.
All right, Christmas now just about 2 weeks away, and North Carolina tree farmers are trying to sell as many trees as they can before the holiday.
They have been through so much.
Yeah.
Chelsea Torres is live in Boone, North Carolina, after talking to some of the farmers impacted by Hurricane Helene last year. Chelsea, take it away.
Good morning, Anita and Anthony. Well, North Carolina actually ranks second in the nation for Christmas tree production, and a lot of farmers here in this area were impacted by Helene's destruction. One farmer even says that he lost tens of thousands of trees, and he's just hoping here in the years ahead that he'll recoup his loss. Deep in the North Carolina mountains are dozens of Christmas tree farms growing the famous Fraser fir.
And the elevation's the reason why the Fraser fir does well here.
For decades, Waitstill Avery has grown Christmas trees on his family farm. Some take 8 years or more before they're ready to be cut.
And it seems to be something either you love it or you hate it.
Avery still loves tree farming, even after Helene wiped out years of hard work last September.
As a tree grower, we probably took the biggest lick. We lost right around 64,000 trees.
Avery says this part of the farm was under 8 feet of water. He also lost dozens of farming equipment and had to rebuild their office and home, costing more than $4 million in damages. Another grower, Joey Clausen, didn't have damage, but says the community raced to help one another last year.
They were panicking, trying to get to their fields, having to make makeshift bridges, bulldozers to just dig out and drive through the water if it's not too high.
Clausen says community support helped farmers push through last season, and this year, business is holding steady.
We've seen a resurgence of younger generation wanting a real tree.
But hopes next year is even better.
Very optimistic that the next several years are going to be really good years and increased sales.
And Avery says that he won't know for a while the full impact that Helene had on a lot of these tree farmers here, but he does expect a fluctuation of tree supply here in the next 6 to 7 seasons. In Boone, North Carolina, Chelsea Torres, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, Chelsea, thank you for that report from North Carolina. Yeah, obviously the holidays are a time to connect with family, but for children with diverse needs, traditional holiday fun can actually feel overwhelming.
Yeah, we're talking with the clinical lead at Coral Care about some ways to create inclusive, sensory-friendly celebrations. Got to think about everybody, you know, and the different needs that they have. Caitlin?
Well, this morning it's a sloppy mess. We have rain, we have some freezing drizzle, even some snow out there in Chicagoland. Snowfall on the way for all of us in the next few hours, and dropping temperatures. We're headed in the wrong direction. Wintry weather continues for us in Chicagoland. I'll break down your full forecast ahead. First, though, checking in on Jake, who's doing a toy drive this morning.
That's right, Caitlin. It's that time of year where we should be focused not on what we're getting, but what we're giving. That's why we are live out here at Carmel Catholic High School in Mundelein, where they're getting ready for an epic toy drive benefiting the Salvation Army. A lot of giving, a lot of good out here. We'll tell you everything you need to know coming up.
Fox.
Welcome back. Breaking this morning, a man is shot and killed by Chicago police on the city's northwest side.
The gunfire all started with a stolen car investigation, and Roseanne Tellez is live in Arcadia Terrace with more. Roseanne.
Yes, police tell us that two men pulled up here on Washtenaw near that stolen car. It was unoccupied and parked at the time, and they appeared to be trying to get in that car. They spotted the officers, and that's when they took off. Police say that sparked a chase. It happened about 10:30 last night on North Washtenaw, just between Ardmore and Hollywood. Police say while one suspect fled on foot through the neighborhood, the other one jumped back in his own car and refused to get out. After a struggle to try to force him out, police say he attempted to drive off, dragging an officer. They say the officer fired his weapon and struck the man in the head. A neighbor's Ring camera actually captured some of the aftermath as officers began filling the street here. Neighbors described the whole incident as very disturbing.
Honestly, I'm really scared. I do have kids. I am a single mom, so being in a neighborhood where things like that are going on does really, spark a concern. So, like I said, I wasn't really aware of what was going on last night, but I am very concerned about being in this area now. So, yeah.
Anything like this?
I've been over here for about over 31 years, and I've never witnessed anything like it, to be really honest.
Well, we understand there was a female passenger in that car with the other two men, and neighbors describe her as hysterical after this shooting. She was taken into custody. Police say they recovered 2 firearms, and the police officer who was dragged by the car, we're told, was treated for minor injuries and released. But again, the man shot by police died later at the hospital. From the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood this morning, Roseanne Tellez, Fox 32, Chicago.
All right, Roseanne, thank you for that report. We appreciate it. A Chicago City Council member wants to try again to stop these teen takeovers from happening downtown using temporary roving curfews.
Yeah, it's a little different from his proposal before. Second Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins proposing now an ordinance that would give police the authority to declare curfews at any public space at any time of day to curb teen group violence with 12 hours notice. His previous proposal would have made that window only 30 minutes and was shot down by the mayor.
In a couple of hours, the Federal Reserve will meet to discuss cutting interest rates. Inflation has stubbornly remained above the target of just 2%, and Fed officials are apparently split on whether high inflation or slowing job market is the bigger threat to the current economy.
President Donald Trump talked about the potential cuts last night and berated Fed Chair Jerome Powell for not cutting rates more aggressively. The president focusing on the economy during a campaign-style event in Pennsylvania last night. It's expected to be a key issue in next year's midterms. About 8:35 right now as we turn things back over to Caitlin. And you know we're in for it when, like, at 6 a.m., we've reached our high for the day.
Oh, yeah.
Cold front, that means business. Yes, we are tumbling throughout the day. The temperatures, that is. The wind is picking up, and we're seeing a transition from rain to snow. Behind me, this is a current radar where you can see the light showers coming down in the form of rain from Will County down to Kankakee, Lake and Porter County. But that transition is happening in Cook County right now. Evanston, even in the city, we're seeing a bit of a mix. The transition to snow has already happened in locations like DeKalb County, Kane County, Lake and McHenry, where we expect some accumulation to begin now. We've been seeing some live shots outside of Rockford where the snow is starting to gather on roadways. We are going to have minor accumulation expected the first half of the day today. Generally speaking, under an inch for most. Northwest Indiana, though, we're going to hold on to some lake effect snow showers, and that could lead to about 1 to 2 inches of snow. The temperatures are dropping. The winds are picking up. So today we could see those gusts approaching 35 and 40 miles per hour. Dangerous road conditions this morning. Frigid temperatures on the way, not only for later on today, but on through the weekend. This weekend, dangerously cold with overnight lows approaching 0, if not below 0. Temperatures currently, though, are ranging. Pretty big range here. We have 37 degrees in Gary, 36 in Merrillville, but 29 at Woodstock. 33 in Waukegan, 33 at O'Hare. So again, that colder air that you're seeing in our northern counties is going to be drifting in for all of us. The feel like temperature currently only 18 at Woodstock, 17 in DeKalb, 19 in Aurora, 24 at the lakefront, a little more mild south of the city. I'll time out the rest of your day and these temperatures ahead.
Okay, Caitlin, thank you very much for the update there. The holidays are all about giving back, but a group of local students, they are on a mission to do this year-round.
Jake is live at Carmel Catholic High School with a big toy drive that they're running. Hey, Jake.
That's right, guys. Forget about what we're getting this time of year. We should really be focused on what we're giving, and that's what the students here at Carmel Catholic High School in Mundelein, that's what they're focused on. They have an epic toy drive going. It is all to benefit the Salvation Army. I want to talk with Lieutenant Vincent for a second. Lieutenant Vincent, I want to talk about, obviously, Salvation Army loves events like this, benefiting everything you guys are doing. Talk about why a toy drive like this is really so beneficial for the Salvation Army.
Absolutely. What we see is the need is ever present and ever growing. And so many families this Christmas season are struggling and have to make difficult decisions. Do I pay the bills? Do I put food on the table? Or toys under the tree? And so often it's the toys that are left out. And so because of drives like this and people giving with joy, toys will be under the tree this Christmas season, but most importantly, hope.
Love that. Really quick, for someone who isn't at the school right now, not in the area, how can they still help out? Because we've got a couple of weeks till Christmas.
Absolutely. There's still time to give hope. You can bring your new unwrapped gifts to any Salvation Army, or you can make a monetary donation at salarmychicago.org.
Lieutenant Vincent, thank you, guys. All right, I want to introduce you to, first of all, shout out to all of these amazing students who have come out here, some of them in short sleeves, for which I deeply, deeply apologize. I want to talk with Bryn and Jacob. They're part of the Ambassadors Club. They're students out here at Carmel Catholic. Guys, this has got to be amazing, seeing your student body get together and give back like this. How are you guys feeling about this?
We feel amazing, honestly. It's a great program, so Ambassadors Club is amazing. But yeah, we love to give back to our community. Service is a big part of who we are at Carmel, so it definitely feels great to do this.
And Jacob, I know you're very, very cold in your short sleeves, but hopefully that good, warm feeling of giving back is keeping you warm this holiday season. You feeling good about what your fellow students are doing?
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to help out families in the area. It's great to bring Christmas to another family that may not be able to afford it.
Well, you guys are doing amazing things out here. As we wrap up, I want to introduce you guys. This is Mr. Brian, and then we have Father Christian. They're both here with the school, guys. I want to talk to you about just, this is such an amazing event, what we have going on here, but kind of a drop in the bucket of all the amazing things you guys are doing.
Yeah, it's part of the education. Programs like this, opportunities to support and serve those in the community that are in need, it's woven into the fabric of our curriculum here. Every class, whether it's science, theology, English, we are forming and shaping the hearts and minds of the future leaders, and we remind them constantly it's important to be aware of the needs of your local community, and not just be aware, but respond. And that's what we're teaching them here.
Father, I'm going to use this word. It's a blessing to be able to do this.
Amen. And as Brian mentioned, Jake, Christian service is integral to our faith-based approach to education because ultimately Christ is the reason for our school and we're centered on mission. And how blessed we are to participate in ministry here at Carmel with the Salvation Army and in a season of Advent, right? The season of Advent is this time of preparation to celebrate once again the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus. And, Jesus is the greatest gift of all. And what we're doing here, too, I hope can show all of us that we have that capacity to love like Christ and to share hope with other people and to be in solidarity with our sisters and brothers in need.
Well, your students are absolutely showing that. All right, guys, we are live out here. Thank you, gentlemen, by the way. I appreciate it. We're live out here at Carmel Catholic High School. And what if I told you then in the next hour, we're going to go to another local school who's also giving back for the Salvation Army to help out so many families in need. But, guys, as I get ready to toss it back to you in the studio, normally it's me tossing it back to you in the studio, but what if I told you we had a talented group of singers out here, the choir, the Parkway Singers, who are going to do a little bit better of a job tossing it back to you than I ever could. They're going to, wow, my God, they sound amazing.
We're caroling through the night. Okay. We'll go to break. We'll go all day. All right, still ahead for us.
Wonderful. They were great. They were great.
They sounded amazing. Yeah, we just want to join in there. Still ahead for us on Good Day Chicago. A holiday show unlike any other.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. We're talking about Cirque du Soleil, about their new take on a classic Christmas story. Welcome back. Unionized Starbucks baristas are making their voices heard this morning.
They are rallying outside the Chicago Reserve Roastery on Michigan Avenue. That's where we find Gabriela Primus. Gabby.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, this is the latest in what union members are calling the Red Cup Rebellion, which we've been hearing about for the last couple of weeks. Now, here on Michigan Avenue, here's a live look in front of the Reserve, as you said. A pretty big group amid the weather, a lot of them chanting, no contract, no coffee. The union is doing this in more than 10 countries, they say, during International Day of Solidarity. In fact, this has grown to 3,000 union baristas across 145 plus stores in 105 plus cities, and has become the longest nationwide unfair labor practice strike in Starbucks history. Although Starbucks says this is a cumulative number for the 3,000 union baristas. They're demanding the company resolve hundreds of ULPs and union busting and return to bargaining table with new proposals to improve pay, staffing, and scheduling. Now, this rally and picket outside of the Starbucks largest store started just moments ago. They're hoping it really does make a difference.
We're really looking to send a message to Starbucks, come back to the table with some real proposals. All we can do is keep escalating. We will do whatever it takes. This is our livelihoods. We've got bills to pay, and we need a contract in order to do that. We are not making enough. The average barista makes $15.25 an hour.
Everywhere we go. Now, a spokesperson with Starbucks got back to us. In a statement, they said in part, Starbucks offers one of the best jobs in retail. Pay and benefits average $30 an hour for U.S. hourly partners. Turnover is less than half the industry average, and more than 1 million people apply to work here every year. End quote. We will keep you updated on this story on air and online. For now, we'll keep you updated and let you know what changes here for the 9 o'clock hour.
We'll check back in with you then. Thank you so much. It is the season of giving, though. Fox 32 Chicago, PNC Bank, and the Chicago Bears teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository. We're going to tell you how you can be a part of it in just a few moments here. But of course, when you think about people needing coats, this is the time of year. I mean, this is the type of weather when you really do need it.
It is cooling down by the minute after a mild overnight. Caitlin, Cody, I'm not seeing much in those monitors behind you either. It looks like it's either snow on the lens or some of that lingering fog.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw Gabby out there too. It's soaking wet out there in Chicago. We have, and I say wet because we have rain now in the city, but a quick transition to snow is going to happen here shortly. And you may even see that mix starting. In Cook County, we have snow in the northern portions of Cook County. You can see behind me, north of Evanston, Lake McHenry County, DeKalb, Kane County, all snow. DuPage County covered in snow, even more moderate snowfall. You can see this dark blue shade right along I-88 stretching west. But south of the city, just some scattered showery activity. As you just heard Anthony mention, temperatures will be dropping today. We're already seeing that happen north and northwest of Chicago. Behind me, these are the wind chills. So the feel like temperature right now is 21 degrees in Waukegan, 15 at Woodstock and DeKalb, feeling like 25 at the lakefront. And in northwest Indiana, it feels like the mid to upper 20s right now. But here is your futurecast. Within the next hour or two, we're going to see that transition for all of us from rain over to snow. And you can see it's not going to last very long as we get towards midday. So this is 12:45, lunchtime hour. Most of us are already seeing drier skies. Chicago points west. Northwest Indiana, though, some lingering lake effect snow could continue. So as we get to this point in the day, I expect most of us under an inch of accumulation for snowfall. With the exception of northwest Indiana, because of this additional snow into the afternoon, you could see a couple inches of snow, 1 to 3 inches possible. You can see even some lingering flurries this afternoon before drier skies do return for tomorrow. But we are getting in on the cold and gusty winds. The wind is going to pick up today, too. So the snow is falling and it's going to be blowing around, dropping visibilities. We could see gusts of 35 to 40 miles per hour. Then on Thursday, as mentioned, it is going to be quiet. 3:45, we start to see some more snow moving in. And Thursday night into Friday, an additional couple inches of snowfall is possible. So Friday morning will be impacted by that potential snowfall. But then we see drier skies return for a short time before more snow is in the forecast as we get into the weekend, along with even colder temperatures. So here's our futurecast snowfall map. Timeline wise, this is through tomorrow, 11:30. We're seeing under an inch as mentioned, and that 1 to 2 inches because of that lake effect snow in northwest Indiana. But as we work our way through Thursday night and Friday morning, we're seeing closer to 2 to 4 inches of snowfall from today on through Friday early. So we have a few rounds of snow and colder air is settling in. We'll take a look at that full 70 forecast ahead. Anita.
Yeah. Thank you, Caitlin. Let's give you that information now about what's going on, the teamwork that's happening between PNC, the Bears, Fox 32 Chicago, and the Greater Chicago Food Depository. So helping to feed local families in need, helping to put coats on people in need. We want to triple the amount that comes in, all right? Every dollar that you put in, it can go to 9 meals, and you can help by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org.
Fox 30.
Welcome back, 8:51. A lot of kids, obviously, they love the holidays. But for some, the bright lights, the noise, the schedule changes can lead to sensory overload. We are joined this morning by Lindy Myers to talk about how to reduce that stress. She's the clinical lead at Coral Care. That's a pediatric therapy provider. Lindy, thank you so much for taking time for us this morning. We appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so let me start off by asking you, why can the holiday season be especially overwhelming for kids who do have developmental delays?
Yeah, absolutely. So a big piece of this is that routines just go out the door during the holidays. And routines really help kids to feel safe and calm because they're predictable and they know what's coming. So when those routines disappear, we often see more meltdowns, more impulsivity, and more of those emotional spikes. Our kids' nervous systems are just working so much harder during these unstructured times. And so for those kids with sensory needs, ADHD, any communication differences, emotional regulation challenges, the holiday season can just be a little bit tricky.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, there's no way we can all stick to our routines, though. So how do we strike a balance between managing changes in our schedules, but also trying to create kind of a calmer, more sensory-friendly environment? What's your advice?
Yeah, so you can do this really simply with just 2 to 3 kind of daily anchors. Think of these anchors as just giving your kids a feeling of, I know what's next, and that will help to decrease their stress. So in a way, just some repeated moments throughout the day. And as I said, they can be really simple. Saying, okay, in the afternoon at 2 o'clock every day, we're going to do some sort of movement, whether that's taking a walk outside, having a dance party, but just so that your kids know that that is a part of their day, it happens every day, and movement is regulating for all of us. And then another anchor can be protecting sleep and then also protecting mealtime. So keeping those consistent even when the rest of your routine kind of goes out goes away during the holidays can also really help to decrease that stress. And
that really...
just as a parent, remember that you don't need a perfect schedule during the holidays, and just a few of those simple anchors in the day can help your kids to feel grounded.
It makes total sense to have those in place. Now, in terms of when the celebrations actually do happen, do you have any advice for how to make these celebrations more sensory friendly?
Yes, definitely. I think, number one thing is to remember that sensory load for all of us on the holidays is high. And so as a parent, we can be prepared for these meltdowns and remember that for the kids, these meltdowns are communicating overwhelm and not a misbehavior. And if we are ready for that, we can be more ready to support our children. But to be more sensory friendly, I've already mentioned movement, keeping movement in every single day. You can use some simple visual schedules. So print out some icons, draw a picture on paper on a Post-it, just to allow your kids to know what's coming, what's already happened, what's coming in the future, something a little bit more concrete. I love creating a little cozy sensory corner, and you can do this in your home or even if you're traveling. All you really need are maybe a blanket, a pillow, and some sort of comfort item, a book, a stuffy, something like that. And that is just a space that your child can access independently to help with their emotional regulation. And just remember to find like 5 minutes of connection with your child when everything is busy. You really don't need anything fancy, just kids regulate through that connection with their safe people.
This is really common sense advice. It really, I think those anchor moments during the day will really help a lot as well. Lindy Myers, thank you for your expertise this morning, helping us navigate what can be a tricky time. We appreciate it.
Of course, of course. And, Coral Care, we're seeing more and more families in Chicago reaching out for help with routines, with emotional regulation, with sensory needs. We have a growing team of speech therapists, occupational therapists, and physical therapists serving Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. We come directly into families' homes, which makes support much easier, especially during these busy seasons. And therapists can really help families to create routines and sensory strategies that work with what you already have in your home.
Great to know we got a resource in you guys. Thanks so much, Lindy. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you again for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining us. It's 8:56. Students at Burke Elementary, they got a major surprise guest. This was yesterday. They were learning about leadership qualities at the Bessie Coleman branch of the Chicago Public Library. Guess who walked in? There he is, former President Barack Obama stopping by to read them the book Flying Free, How Bessie Coleman's Dreams Took Flight. The event was a sneak peek into the Storytime program, which is going to be an essential part of the programming at the Obama Presidential Center at the library branch next June.
You know who else got a surprise visit from him last night? Our friends of the Leo High School Choir.
Oh, they did?
Yes, I saw the pictures of them online. I'm like, they are on this year, just like put it up in your Hall of Fame. Yeah. All right, we'll be right back. All right, everyone, it's 9 a.m. Thanks so much for being here in our last hour of Good Day Chicago. Welcome back to Mike Kaplan.
Thank you.
We've missed you, sir. Yeah. And here's a look at some of the stories that we're following this morning.
Well, a man is dead after an officer-involved shooting on Chicago's northwest side. Rosanna's going to bring us the latest in that ongoing investigation.
Baristas from Starbucks are rallying outside of the Chicago Reserve this morning. You know, that's their biggest location. Gabriella will bring us a live report in just a few minutes.
And it's a Cirque du Soleil twist on a classic Christmas tale. Two of the performers will be joining us to give us the details on their special show at the Chicago Theater.
We were so hoping they'd like do something in here, you know, to come down in the middle, but we might not have jobs.
Speaking of coming down from the sky, the snow has made its return. As we're checking in with Caitlin for a look at that forecast, we had what? Felt like 5 hours of no snow, and now it's back.
Yeah, you can see on this live camera, it's no longer rain, but in fact snow over Chicago. That transition from rain to snow is going to continue for those of you south of the city. If you're looking out and seeing just rain showers, the snow will be here before you know it. Temperatures are dropping. From Chicago points north, it is snowing. So I'm talking about Lake, McHenry County, DeKalb County, Kane County, DuPage. You have some light snow coming down, and then the light spotty rain as we head south towards Kankakee, Will County, northwest Indiana, Lake and Porter, you're getting in on some light rain too. So a closer look does show where we have that darker blue color. You're going to have some heavier snowfall than those of us to the north. So from Chicago to Westmont to Wheaton, all the way out to southern portions of DeKalb County, some more moderate snowfall for you. As mentioned, we have been seeing that snow come down for a while in Lake and McHenry County. And as we get further south, that's where that transition over to rain is happening just to the north of Will County. Temperatures outside, you can see the range here. It's 34 degrees at the lakefront, but 31 in Waukegan, 27 at Woodstock, 28 in DeKalb. Temperatures still solidly above freezing. From Gary at 36 to 35 in Kankakee. Gusty winds are going to be here throughout the day today. Right now, checking in on those gusts. We're at 25 miles per hour in Waukegan and 30 in DeKalb, 33 at LaSalle. These winds could be from 30 to 40 miles per hour throughout the day, bringing in the cold temperature. So let's take a look at how temperatures are dropping as we continue on throughout the day, and also how Northwest Indiana, even though you're not in on the snow yet, you're going to be holding on to the potential for some lake effect snow even into the afternoon. Temperatures, as I said, they're going in the wrong direction. At 7 p.m., we're in the 20s. In fact, some of us in the mid-20s. Then we get into tonight, and it is going to be a cold night. Temperatures dropping down to 12 by 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's looking generally quiet until we get to the second half of the day, really the evening time frame, where we're going to have the potential for snow returning with a couple of inches of accumulation into Friday morning. Back to you.
Caitlin, thank you. The Chicago Office of Police Accountability now investigating after an officer shot a man on the north side.
We're hearing all that exchange and what it started with a stolen car. Roseanne joins us live this morning with the latest.
Yes, well, police say that they saw a dark sedan pull over here on Washtenaw next to that stolen car. They saw a couple of men appear to try to enter that stolen car, but then they spotted the officers and took off. Now, after that, and this was like 10:30 last night, police say one of those suspects fled through the neighborhood on foot, but the other one jumped back in that sedan and refused to get out. After a struggle to try to get the man out, police say he attempted to drive off, dragging an officer. Well, the officer fired once, striking the man in the head. A neighbor told us that police checked her Ring camera and saw that stolen car. The footage also captured some of the aftermath. Officers arriving here in force last night. Julio Medina, one of the residents here, says it was difficult to watch unfold.
The police were stopped there for a little while because I saw the lights on, the police lights on. About the third time when I looked out my window, I saw an individual running to the car. He was running to the car, jumped in the car, and I just saw all the commotion. I saw the police like trying to grab him out of the car, and I heard the pop. That's when I heard the pop. I saw the car crash into another car. The police officers dragged the individual off into the street, and I saw the second guy jump out. I don't think anybody saw him, but I saw him jump out of the car and run right down the middle of the street. There was another young lady that was also involved in the scene that I know they had her on the side of the car who was really hysterical, crying, you know, saying, "Why did you guys do this? Why?"
Now, we still don't know what happened to that second person, but that woman was taken into custody. Police say they recovered a couple of firearms, and the police officer is going to be okay after being treated for minor injuries. In the Arcadia Terrace neighborhood this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
Okay, Roseanne, thank you. And unionized Starbucks workers are rallying right now outside of the Chicago Reserve Roastery this morning.
It is part of an International Day of Solidarity that's spanning 10 countries today. Gabriella Primus joins us live from Michigan Avenue with the latest. What's going on out there, Gabby?
Hey, good morning, Mike and Anita. Yeah, this is what the latest in what union members are calling the Red Cup Rebellion. Remember, there was also some big rallies scheduled on Red Cup Day, one of the company's biggest sales day. Now we're here on Michigan Avenue, here in front of the Starbucks Reserve, one of the largest stores here in the world. And there's a pretty large group here rallying and picketing, despite some of the weather that's going on, yelling no contract, no coffee. The union is doing this move in 10 countries during International Day of Solidarity, as you said. SEIU says this effort has grown to 3,000 union baristas across 145 stores in 105 plus cities and has become the largest union unfair labor practice strike in Starbucks history. But Starbucks says those are cumulative numbers. The group here is demanding the company resolve hundreds of ULPs and union busting and return to bargaining table with new proposals to improve pay, staffing, and scheduling. I asked one of the union representatives about the good benefits that we often hear about with Starbucks baristas. Here's what they have to say.
One of the main advertising points for Starbucks is its benefits, unfortunately, and a lot of baristas are not getting scheduled with enough hours that they're able to actually get the benefits that Starbucks advertises. One of my fellow baristas, she was talking about how she pays $342 in health insurance every month, and it barely covers her cancer treatment.
Now, a spokesperson with Starbucks quickly responded with a statement saying, in part, Starbucks offers one of the best jobs in retail. Pay and benefits average $30 an hour for U.S. hourly partners. Turnover is less than half of the industry average. And more than 1 million people apply to work here every year, end quote. The picketers say more larger scale rallies will be planned if their wishes aren't granted. We'll keep you updated on this story on air and online. For now, live on Michigan Avenue, Gabriela Primus, Fox 32 Chicago.
Thanks, Gabriela. Mayor Brandon Johnson is revising his budget proposal.
That's right. He isn't giving up on his corporate head tax. Only now he's targeting companies with more than 500 employees. So going towards the larger corporations, the mayor would tax more than 175 of the biggest companies in Chicago, as opposed to his original plan, which would have hit companies with over 100 employees.
It would continue to drive violence down in the city of Chicago, ensuring that our community violence intervention workers are supported, that we can continue our youth employment and diversion programs, services for survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence, and of course, mental health care for our first responders.
The mayor insists that while the head tax will impact some of the most successful companies in Chicago, totaling billions of dollars in revenue, it is not a job killer, which 26 alders who are opposing his idea say it is. Governor Pritzker is taking steps to protect immigrants.
He signed a new law that shields people from federal enforcement near courthouses, hospitals, university campuses, and daycares. It also allows people to sue federal immigration agents if they feel that their rights were violated. More than 4,000 people were arrested during Operation Midway Blitz, and data from those arrests this fall show 15% of those people had criminal records.
Meantime, riders may see more police patrols on CTA trains and buses soon. The federal government is demanding a series of changes to make Chicago's public transit system safer. The Federal Transit Administration has essentially given the CTA an ultimatum: make these changes or say goodbye to key funding. The special directive, as they are calling it, came in the form of a letter to Mayor Brandon Johnson and Governor J.B. Pritzker.
It specifically points to the horrible attack on the Blue Line last month, where a repeat offender set a 26-year-old woman on fire. Federal officials are now ordering the CTA to come up with a new security plan by December 15th and implement it by the 19th.
This is the federal government threatening state and local government with taking away federal funds for a purpose that they're not allowed to.
I think the CTA should consider jettisoning their security contract. They should be using CPD officers on an overtime program and have them actually deployed onto trains from time to time. If a would-be criminal thinks there's a shot at running into a uniformed police officer on a train, they're going to think twice about committing that crime.
Federal government hasn't revealed how much money it could withhold.
Heartbreak on the campus of Kentucky State University.
One student is dead there and another critically injured following a shooting that happened inside of a dorm room. Police say a suspect has been captured. He's been identified as Jacob Liebard. Police say that he is not a student and they're still working to determine a motive.
What's your name? Mark. What is it? Mark. Mark? Yes, Mark what? Rosario. Rosario? Someone called tonight. They thought you were suspicious.
Well, turns out he was. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office releasing new body cam footage from the arrest of Luigi Mangione at a Pennsylvania McDonald's. You could hear him giving a fake name there. Pretrial hearings are continuing. It's going to determine what evidence can or cannot be used in Mangione's murder trial. Police say they got a call from that McDonald's manager after a customer noticed a man sitting in the restaurant who resembled the man who was wanted at that time for killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan, now the latest political figure to ask President Donald Trump for clemency.
Madigan was convicted back in February on bribery, conspiracy, and wire fraud charges. The Tribune says that Madigan asked for a pardon after completing his sentence. The 83-year-old was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison and fined $2.5 million. Madigan is also appealing his conviction.
Federal Reserve scheduled to meet today to discuss approval of a possible interest rate cut. Inflation has stubbornly remained above the Fed's 2% target, and Fed officials are split on whether high inflation or a slowing job market are the bigger threat to the economy.
Big changes coming for millions of student loan borrowers. President Biden's student loan repayment plan, known as SAVE, is officially ending. A legal settlement announced by the Education Department will block new enrollments, deny pending applications, and move current borrowers to other plans. SAVE, which based payments on income, was praised as the most affordable option. The program aimed to ease $200 billion in student debt. The Met Gala co-chairs for 2026 have officially been announced, and it is being led by, let's just say, some heavy hitters this year, would you say?
Every year is led by heavy hitters, but this year, Beyonce, Venus Williams, and Nicole Kidman are going to join Anna Wintour as the co-chairs. Beyonce was honorary co-chair in 2013. Nicole Kidman co-chaired in 2003 and 2005, so she's a vet in the game. And Venus has never hosted, but we know she has style. This year's theme is costume art, so they're going to really go all out with this one. The Met says the exhibit aims to celebrate the dressed body as it appears in art through the centuries. 2026 Met Gala will take place May 4th. Cannot wait to see what people come up with every year.
Runway, yeah?
Yeah, every year, especially with these co-chairs. Come on, bring it, bring it. They're a special surprise. Speaking of bringing things, Burke Elementary School students really got the surprise of a lifetime.
They sure did, right? They were at the Bessie Coleman branch of the Chicago Public Library, learning a little bit about leadership qualities when a very special guest welcomed them in.
That is him. No, not Santa.
Santa Obama?
Right. Former President Barack Obama. He stopped by to read to the kids there a book, Flying Free, How Bessie Coleman's Dreams Took Flight. And the event was a sneak peek into the storytime programming that's going to be offered at the library branch, coming to the Obama Presidential Center next June.
Good news for the White Sox. Brian, pay attention to this.
Hey,
they won the golden ticket in Major League Baseball's lottery last night, landing the #1 overall pick. The last time, recognize that guy right there?
Harold Baines.
That would be the last top pick that they had, Mr. Baines, in 1977. Well, they struck gold with him, a Hall of Famer for sure. The draft will be held in July, and let's hope they pick another Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. And then, like, you know, surround that Hall of Famer with some
quality talent.
You know.
That would also be good.
All right, well, still ahead, we're talking to the Chicago firefighters about their big chili cook-off.
Sounds yummy. Plus, the Chicago Bears hosting their 37th annual coat drive. The Bears, along with Jewel Osco, the Salvation Army, and Sherway Movers are asking for your coat donations. Just drop them off at participating Jewel Osco's now through February 16th. So you got some time, but get busy on this, everybody. You can find more information online at chicagobears.com/coat drive. We'll be right back.
Well, at just 6 years old, Ellie O'Keefe was diagnosed with an aggressive brain tumor. But the team at Lurie Children's Hospital is so equipped to handle cases like hers with both expertise as well as compassion. This week, the Lurie Children's Radiothon is raising money to help patients like Ellie. She and Dr. Eva Bieber are here to talk about where your support will go. Thank you both for being here this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Well, Ellie, I want to start with, you've done a lot of work in therapy to understand your brain tumor. What's maybe something that you've learned about yourself throughout that process?
Well, I think the main thing I've learned is that I have a special case that many kids don't have, and I've learned to learn important life lessons and embrace it and say, hey, this is me, I work hard, and I just to take the good, the silver lining from it.
And you were just 6 years old when you got that news, and tomorrow you're going to be sharing your story during the Radiothon. What do you hope that maybe viewers at home and people tuning in learn a little bit from your story and how Lurie Children's has really been a blessing to you and your family?
I think it's important for everyone to know that these kids obviously are very special for what they've gone through, but they're also just kids, and Lurie really does see that, and they really try to give them opportunities for hobbies and sports and activities, and I think that's really important.
They've been very welcoming for your family. So, Dr. Bieber, could you share what does that money actually go towards?
Sure, it goes towards providing services to kids like Ellie and her family, and to, recognize that physical illness does not just affect the body, but affects the spirit and the mind, and all of the support services that help kids in recovery.
And in addition to those support services, why is the compassion part of that from Lurie Children's just so important to this recovery effort? Because it can be a lifelong journey for a lot of these families.
Of course, we look at kids as human beings, a holistic approach to making sure that they feel comfortable, that they have a good understanding of what's happened, what's to come, and how to reintegrate after they leave the hospital back to their communities, back to their schools.
For both of you, what do you want families at home to know about how this money helps families like yours really make it through everyday life?
I think it's important for everyone to know, whether they donate or they go there, that this is going towards making your child be the best version of themselves they can be, no matter what disability they face or challenge. It truly will not only heal them, but give them strength to move forward in their life and do great things.
It also gives hopes on you guys' side as doctors as well, right? Of course, research to maybe help other families that are going to find themselves in similar positions.
100%. We're there to do the work. We're passionate about what we do. We care about the kids, but the money helps to be able to put in the resources to support that work.
All right, we're looking forward to tomorrow. I believe the goal last year was over $1 million, so we're trying to beat that this year. We'll see if we can do that coming up tomorrow. Thank you both for sharing your story.
Thank you so much.
And we're looking forward to the Radiothon tomorrow. Well, coming up, want to know what American presidents like to eat throughout history? We're cooking with Congress recreates historic recipes. And Queer Eye's Bobby Burke is sitting down to talk with us all about his new show, Junk or Jackpot, where he's helping people discover the true value of all their unusual collections. All of that and much more coming up next hour on Chicago Now. We'll be right back.
Fox 30.
They're used to cooling things down, but in this case, Chicago firefighters are bringing the heat. Their upcoming chili cook-off is all to benefit the Ignite the Spirit Fund this holiday season. And here to tell us more, we have firefighter Sherman Brown Jr. and Fire PIC Betsy Michna. Good morning to both of you. Let's start with you, Betsy. Tell us about the event that's coming up here. You guys are not actually cooking the chili. You're going to be judging it.
Correct.
All right.
This is the first chili cook-off. Duffy's Tavern is hosting it from 1 to 4 this Saturday.
Okay.
It's free to enter the chili cook-off, and the Ignite the Spirit models this year, we're going to be there judging. We'll also be there selling our 2026 calendars, signing autographs, taking pictures.
Personalizing the calendars, yeah.
Personalizing, yes.
And just out of curiosity, which month are you?
Ooh, months, huh? I am Mr. May.
Mr. May. All right, Sherman. And what about you?
I'm Miss June, and I'm also Miss December.
She's that good.
So you, wow, that is quite the honor. So we get you in the summer and also in the winter too. Fantastic. Well, let's talk a little bit about this cook-off here. Do you know what, like, some of the chilies that have won in the past? Are they done by other firefighters or just people with, you know, cooking experience? Sherman, what do you know about chili?
You know, I know that it's going to be some steep competition. That's all I do know. I'm not sure what happened last year. That's my first year, you know, supporting the calendars.
Well, what kind of chili do you like? Are you a beans, no beans guy? Do you like it spicy?
Oh,
What's your go-to chili?
You know, I happen to be pescatarian, so I'm just a...
Oh, so you want a fish chili? Is that what... That's what we gotta come in with, some tuna in that chili.
Just beans. You know, I eat beans.
So no meat for you.
A little navy bean, black bean.
Okay. All right.
You know, that's all I really need.
All right. And what's your story, Betsy? Are you a full, you know, bring
beans,
the...
a little bit of spice, a lot of spice.
All right.
A lot of
spice. A lot of spice. And then let's talk a little bit about Ignite the Spirit, because this whole thing is to benefit that cause, whether it's, you know, the calendars or the chili cook-off. Tell us about Ignite the Spirit.
So Ignite the Spirit has been around for a long time. Multiple fire departments across the country have an Ignite the Spirit. Our Ignite the Spirit, whenever there is a fireman or a paramedic who is in need, whether it's an on-duty injury or an off-duty injury, illness, or some kind of life catastrophe, Ignite steps in right off the bat to help them with costs, anything that they need.
Have you seen this maybe benefit some of your, you know, co-workers, Sherman?
Absolutely. I mean, as a firefighter, some of our worst nightmares for us to get hurt. The biggest nightmares for the families to be affected of fires. So unfortunately, we've seen, you know, Ignite the Spirit step up and have to, you know, pitch in and help some families. So yeah, we see it, but it's great. It's great that we're there. It's great that we have that opportunity.
Is there a financial goal? You have like a number in mind, like we really want to get this many dollars this year? And you're always happy to exceed that, I know, Betsy. But.
Every year, the most we can raise, we have multiple fundraisers throughout the year. We have the chili cook-off this Saturday. The calendars are available year-round. We also have a toy drive coming up next Wednesday at Nono Pino's to give back toys to people in need as well.
That's right, too, yeah. Super.
And we're competitive. We want to beat last year's number. So absolutely. We won't talk about what that number is, but we want to do better.
Until you clobber it.
Exactly.
Yeah, then you'll say, last year they raised that, this year we did more. Well, let's talk a little bit about this season. It's been cold. A lot of people are using space heaters, and we just, you know, in the news business, it seems like almost every week we're hearing a story about a fire. Maybe somebody didn't have a smoke detector, or just, you know, trying to heat things the wrong way. Do you have any advice for people maybe to stay safer this time of year?
Absolutely. I mean, you see, I think I worked on Thanksgiving. The city seemed like it was on fire. We had like 5 fire calls.
Really? Okay.
That's just for one firehouse. So stay away from buying things that, you know, you don't understand the wattage. You know, sometimes just because it has 4 or 5 outlets on a power surge doesn't mean you use it. And then you see those things where you can stack on top. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Follow the instructions. Don't have things and don't have exposed fires in your house.
Great advice there.
Yeah.
Quick again, remind us of when and where the chili cook-off is going to be this weekend.
The chili cook-off is this Saturday from 1 to 4 at Duffy's Tavern on Diversey. We'll be there from 1 to 4.
And you guys will be signing your calendars.
We'll be signing calendars, absolutely.
All right, we got May, June, and December covered. We got a quarter of the year right here with us.
Absolutely.
Here. Thank you all for coming in here
Thank
this
you.
morning. I think we're going to take a quick break here. 9:20. I think I see both of of you in that calendar. Yeah. Good work, both of you. We'll be right back after this. All right.
All right, 9:30, and we continue to follow breaking news this morning. A man dead after a shooting involving police on Chicago's northwest side.
It appears this all stemmed from a stolen car investigation. Roseanne Tejas is live in Arcadia Terrace with the latest this morning.
Roseanne, can you hear us? Okay, having some issues with Roseanne's mic, so we're going to go ahead and go on over to Mike Kaplan, talk a little bit about this weather outside, and we'll see if we can't bring her back in.
All righty, no problem here. We've already had our high temperature for the day. It was 40 back at 3 a.m. Now it has dropped to freezing, and instead of rain coming down, most of us are seeing some snow. It's not going to be a big snowstorm, but it is beginning to stick, especially in areas where temperatures have gotten below freezing. And it's pretty much from the city north and west. We've got 30 now at Waukegan, Woodstock, DeKalb, Rockford, 28 degrees. Still a little bit above freezing around Midway, Joliet, Kankakee, and all of you in northwest Indiana above freezing. 36 at Gary, 35 at Valparaiso. But the cold air is coming, and it shall not be denied, and this is nothing compared to the cold that is on the way this weekend. It's also windy. That's the other thing. So the snow, while it's not falling very hard, it looks more impressive because of these 25 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts. In fact, we've got a 32 mph right now at O'Hare, coming in straight out of the northwest. Mainly light snow, but there does appear to be a little narrow band of slightly heavier snow that has just moved south of the city. Again, I'm looking for less than an inch of accumulation from this, and the snow should be winding down here over the next couple of hours. Could be a little lingering lake effect for you in northwest Indiana this afternoon, but it's progressive, meaning it doesn't sit in one spot very long. It's going to shift on out of the area, and then we'll be done with it. Could be a scattered snow shower somewhere this afternoon. Not a big deal. During the day tomorrow, may start with a little bit of sunshine. It'll be really cold, temps bottoming out in the teens, but here comes another clipper. When will this parade of storms end? Well, it looks like probably Saturday. This also not a big storm system, but it could put down kind of a 2 to 4 inch accumulation across the area. So while today, this morning's snow is mainly light nuisance variety, I think you're going to need to get the shovels and snow blowers out for this next one coming in tomorrow night into Friday. Here's what our model is showing for the snow today, a half inch or so. But then we get into tomorrow night and Friday, and this is just a little bit more, not out of hand. And I wouldn't be surprised if these numbers are just a touch low. I'm going with a widespread 2 to 4 inch accumulation across the area. Today, no more than an inch. Our high temperature was 40. We're falling into the 20s this afternoon, and it's going to be rather windy. Winds died down tonight, though, and we'll have a low temperature in the mid-teens. Here's that next snow Thursday night into Friday. Saturday and Sunday, really cold. The Saturday snow, still kind of questionable. We'll see. Some computer models keep it in central Illinois, but there's no way of avoiding the cold. Bears against the Browns, barely in the double digits. But next week, we may turn the corner and get out of this cold and snowy pattern for at least a few days. Brian, Anita, back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, wait, I got the pictures. I almost forgot about this, you guys. Johnny O'Hara gives us a look at the Wrigley Building's Christmas tree. That's a pretty one, isn't it? Very nice. Also like how Walgreens has got some garland and some bows out there. That's a pretty shot, Johnny. And our final photo, we're going to Hebron, Indiana. I think that is a cool shot. Looks like maybe some rime ice on those trees, or maybe it's just a little bit of leftover snow, but Lori Anderson out there giving us a very, very nice landscape photo. Now, back to Brian and Anita.
Almost as if you've been on vacation. I don't know, something like that. All right. We do have Roseanne Tejas who can hear us now.
Yeah, she is live on the city's northwest side with the latest on that officer-involved shooting from this morning. Roseanne?
That's right, and as we have been telling you throughout the morning, it started with an investigation about a stolen car. Now, police say that 2 men pulled up alongside that stolen car and appeared to look as if they were trying to get in that car when they spotted the officers and then took off. It happened here on North Washtenaw between Ardmore and Hollywood at about 10:30 Tuesday night. Police say while one suspect ran away through the neighborhood, the other jumped back in the car and struggled with police, eventually attempting to drive off while dragging an officer. That officer fired once, striking the man in the head. A neighbor's Ring camera captured the aftermath as officers began filling the street. You could hear the sirens. Neighbors described the whole incident as very disturbing to see.
Honestly, I'm really, really scared. I do have kids. I am a single mom, so being in a neighborhood where things like that are going on does really spark a concern.
There was another young lady that was also involved in the scene that I know they had her on the side of the car who was really hysterical, crying, saying, why did you guys do this? Why?
That woman was a passenger in that sedan. Police also took her into custody. They say they recovered 2 firearms from that car as well. Now, as in any officer-involved shooting, this incident is being investigated by the Civilian Office of Police Accountability, and also the officer, we're told, is doing fine after being treated and released at a local hospital. Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago. Back to you.
Thank you, Roseanne. It is a troupe that is known for making you look at things in a whole new way, and now they're doing the same thing with Christmas. We're talking to some of the performers of Cirque du Soleil ahead of their shows at the Chicago Theater.
And during this season of giving, Fox 32 Chicago, PNC Bank, and the Bears all teaming up with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to help feed local families in need. Every dollar you give will now triple to provide 9 meals. You can help out by going online to chicagosfoodbank.org. Let's check in with Jake this morning.
That's right, guys. It's that time of the year where we should be thinking about not what we're getting, but what we're giving. And that's what the amazing class here at Lakes Community High School is doing. They are getting ready for an epic toy drive. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
For most
9:40. 'Tis the season of giving, and a group of local students modeling how to hang out and hang on to the spirit year-round.
Jake is live this morning at Carmel Catholic High School for their big toy drive this morning. Hey there, Jake.
That's right, guys. Actually, we have moved down the road. We are now in Lake Villa. Guys, say good morning to Lakes Community High School. They have turned out. We have got an epic toy drive happening out here in Lake Villa. The folks at Lakes Community High School, they have turned up to help out the Salvation Army. I'm back here with Lieutenant Vincent. Lieutenant Vincent, I mean, this is what Salvation Army is all about, right? These students coming out and they're helping out. I mean, this has got to make you guys feel like we're doing something right.
Absolutely. This is what we call giving with joy. In the Salvation Army, on the front lines of service, we see this year the need is so great, and we know we can't meet those needs without the generosity of our community. So it is toy drives like this where people are giving with such great joy that ensures kids have Christmas this holiday season.
Love that. And if for someone else that wants to help out, but maybe they're not out here in the school, where can they reach out and find you guys?
Absolutely. You can give to your local Salvation Army. You can bring your unwrapped toys, new toys to any local Salvation Army, and you can give a monetary donation at salarmychicago.org.
Lieutenant Vincent, we appreciate you. I'm going to move on down the line. We got Principal Jory. I should call you principal because all right. I got to ask, you know, seeing the schools, seeing the kids turn out like this, I mean, you guys are doing something right. I mean, this is unbelievable what you guys have done.
It's an amazing place, and welcome to Lakes Community High School, where respect plus courtesy equals pride. We are ridiculously excited to partner with Salvation Army and all of you. We have over 200 toys to donate to the truck today.
Wait, say that number one more time.
Over 200.
Guys, you did an amazing job.
Here at Lakes, we have over 1,200 9th through 12th graders from the great community of Lindenhurst and Lake Villa. I'm also joined here by our activities director, Miss Cornelius, and together we have been part of Lakes since the doors opened. We only opened in 2004, and in only 20 years, Lakes has established themselves with state and national accolades in academics, athletics, activities, and fine arts, and I can't wait for you to talk to some of our amazing students.
First of all, really quick, congratulations on this. This has got to make you feel good.
This is incredible. Like, this is joy. We have such an amazing community.
I mean, like all morning long, we roll in here. They've been fantastic. I want to give a shout out to some of the amazing students. In this order, we got Dom, we got Talia, we got Alina, we got Samaya. Guys, first of all, let's go down the line. You and your fellow students, you guys did an amazing job. How's this making you feel?
This makes me feel great. This is a great opportunity for high school students to make an impact on the younger generation.
You know, I think that there are a lot of schools that are probably going to be watching thinking, all right, we gotta step up if we're going to match what Lakes Community High School is doing. I mean, it's almost like an unofficial challenge in a way.
Yeah, for sure. Our school is definitely very spirited, and we all love each other, and we're very excited for this opportunity.
You got to be feeling good about it, just the way the school has turned out, and all. I mean, every single one of you guys has a toy in hand. It's got to make you feel good.
It makes me feel great. It's honestly great to see how people come together and support the community.
And isn't that what this time of year is about? You know, we're always focused on what are we going to get, what are we going to get. You guys are focused on what are we going to give, and that's got to feel cool.
It feels really good. It feels good that we can come together as a community and raise enough toys for other kids that aren't as fortunate to get other toys too.
Exactly right, guys. Take a look. Every single one of them has a toy in hand. We got a table full of toys over here. Guys, I got to give you a shout out one more time. Lakes Community High School. Guys, how are you feeling? Listen, guys, if you thought that was impressive, you know, they did a really great job of tossing to break just a couple of minutes ago. But since this is my last live shot of the morning, I kind of wanted to end in a pretty epic fashion. I'm going to let the band take it away. They're going to toss to break. We are live out here, Lakes Community High School, an epic toy drive supporting the Salvation Army. Get your community involved. Get your school involved. Find out how you can do some more. On that note, we're going to toss that back to you guys in the studio.
How can we keep going when they are just so phenomenal? And I could listen to them play all day. They're awesome. And what's more is that these talented kids are doing wonderful things for other people who are in need. So great life lessons there for the students at Lakes. Hey, Cirque du Soleil is bringing more jaw-dropping performances to Chicago. 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil will be at the Chicago Theater starting tomorrow. But before they take the stage, two of their stunning performances performers are joining us today. We're so happy to have Jordan and Alina. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here on Good Day Chicago.
Good morning. Morning. Thanks for having us.
Tell me about what you all do during the show. I get like a gymnast vibe from both of you all.
So we perform an acrobatic roller skating act where my husband here spins me really quickly on a 2-meter diameter platform.
Does that bring you all closer together, or is it challenging sometimes for a marriage?
Definitely have to be closer. You definitely have to have really high trust level and good communication, and yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, lots of communication. Look at him right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and I could just see, you know, if practice goes wrong, you're like, oh, we're gonna have some issues when we get home. Just the night before by Cirque du Soleil is the company's only holiday show. Tell us what it's like to be celebrating the holiday season at the iconic Chicago Theater.
Oh, it's so exciting. We haven't been here before, and the theater looks amazing and beautiful, so we're very excited to start the show tomorrow.
Yeah, and since you haven't been here before, like, what makes you most excited about Chicago?
The winter spirit.
Really?
Coming from Australia, we don't get to see lots of snow, so I've heard this year there's been lots of snow already, so we're excited for that.
Yeah, maybe it was just for you. You know, we wanted to welcome you and make sure you had
Perfect.
something you don't usually get. The show is inspired by the classic Christmas poem, A Visit from St. Nicholas. So how does Cirque du Soleil put the Cirque spin on that?
Well, it's a magical story about Christmas where the Christmas spirit is brought back to life for a young girl through dance, song, and acrobatics.
Yeah, and how long have you all been with Cirque?
For us, this is our second year doing this specific show.
This specific show, but you all have been doing some other things since before that, right?
We've been performing for many years. Yes.
Yeah, together.
Together, yeah.
Oh, I love it.
7 years now we've been performing together.
Awesome, awesome. And how do you try to like change things as the years go by? Like how do you say like we're gonna elevate what we already do? Because it's amazing to all of us who can't do anything like it.
I mean, it depends on the job. So sometimes the director wants something really specific, so we try and help them with their vision, and yeah, just inspired by each other as well. We always have things we're interested in and working towards.
And for me, it's to spin as fast as I can to make it look like crazy.
Yeah.
It is tremendous. It really is. Okay, so where do people, we know where we're going, but how long are you all going to be there at the Chicago Theater?
We're here, we start tomorrow until the 28th of December.
Plenty of time, everybody. Make sure you go out and you see them. Bring the little ones. It's a good show for the whole family.
Yes, it's for all ages. I think everyone will be wowed and will enjoy this show.
Jordan and Alina will work on some tricks in the break. How about that?
Perfect.
Okay, all right.
With you, yeah?
With me?
Yeah. Let's go.
All right. Maybe I'll see you all after the break. Who knows? 9:48. We'll be right back.
The mailman.
All right, time is now 9:50. Winter Wonderland has returned. We had a brief break.
Is this a replay of last week? You sure that's not like last Sunday's video? What is it?
Rinse and repeat, yeah. All right, well, plenty of sports games taking place throughout the ongoing holiday season. Haven't they been great? Oh, my goodness, things are really heating up. Sports management experts discuss the psychology behind how fans behave when their teams win and lose.
Well, it's something that leagues and businesses may be keen to hear. As shoppers keep hunting for gifts, Ted Lindner takes a closer look.
From football to basketball and hockey, there's plenty of games this time of year that fans don't want to miss. And while there can only be one winner, sports management experts like Dr. Jonathan Jensen of Texas A&M University say a team's performance can have a wide range of impacts on fans, affecting their moods and even their purchasing decisions.
There's actually psychological theories and paradigms that have been developed over the past 50 years to actually explain the results of how fans behave.
For starters, when your favorite team wins,
you're more likely to take on the persona of that team and think of the success of that team as your own.
Dr. Jensen says a team's wins can even influence clothing choices and possibly get you to spend.
It's actually a psychological mechanism within your brain that's going to cause you to clothe yourself in the success of the team and then signal to other fans, hey, I'm one of you, I'm part of the in-group. And that will obviously have an economic impact because then the fans are more likely to buy more licensed apparel.
But when your team is losing,
you may actually be apt to distance yourself from the team, where you're actually protecting your ego and your self-esteem.
Meanwhile, teams going through rough seasons can still see strong merchandise sales.
The reason why you wear apparel then of that losing team is you're using it as a badge of honor and you're showing other fans, hey, I'm a diehard, I stick with my team no matter what.
Ted Lindner, Fox 32, Chicago.
It's the
Welcome back, and let's send it straight upstairs to Studio 32, where Chicago Now is getting ready to start at the top of the hour. Hey,
Studio
guys.
32, right. You three, is a snow globe right now.
Is it? Yeah, 'cause you can see
Things
outside,
are going sideways, like you warned us about.
Yeah, we got it right.
You guys got it right. Fortunately,
we got
got
it right. A little windy, a little snowy.
I want you guys to do competitive weathercasting. Who can be more right? Okay, it gets competitive sometimes.
High temperatures, you know, sometimes we're a couple degrees different.
Okay, fortunately, we got a jam-packed show over the next hour on Chicago Now. A new show on HGTV. We're going to talk to one of the former hosts. You'll probably know him from Queer Eye, that series. He is going a little deeper with this one, with some crazy home renovation projects, separating out junk from actual treasures.
Yeah,
okay?
I love stories like that. Digging in and seeing if you can find something good.
Yep.
We're also talking to a man who is risking his taste buds in the name of history. He's sharing some crazy recipes from history, like previous presidents. And it might surprise you what they used to eat.
I am
culinary
curious
choices.
about this. We'll be right back after this.
Brandon Johnson.